All right, guys, today we got a special guest in the house, supreme lyricist. He done written records for some of hip hop's GOATs from the Fly City. I'm talking about the one and only Jon Connor.
Man, thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Supreme lyricist, man. That is awesome. Thank you for that compliment, man. I truly appreciate it, man.
How you doing today, my brother?
I'm blessed. I'm highly favored. I woke up this morning. I'm feeling good. I ain't got no complaints, man.
Man, you be waking up early. I be seeing like the first thing you be posting on stories is like you doing the jumping rope and you be like working out like from the jump, man.
Bro, I'm up at 5:45, 6 o'clock in the morning every day.
That's dope, man. That's dope.
Yeah. And that's not my nature either. Like I used to like sleep in. I had got to a point, where I wasn't satisfied with certain results in my life. And I knew that if I wanted to change, I needed to start doing things differently. So it's like, that's the beauty of being human without getting too deep, is that it's never too late to redefine who you are. Like you get to wake up every day and decide who you are. And just as long as you stay consistent with whatever that pattern is, you will look up one day and you won't even recognize the old version of who you was. So for me, I'm like, you know what? The new me wakes up at 5:45, 6 o'clock every day and work out no matter what. And I've been staying pretty consistent. So y'all keep me in your prayers, man, that I keep it going, man.
Facts, man. Well, I want to start at the beginnings. So you're originally from Flint, Michigan, right? Growing up in the mid 80s, but you're really coming up in the 90s?
Yeah. Okay. Born in 1985. Yep.
Did you grow up with any siblings?
Yes. So I have 3 siblings, but I only grew up with one. So my mother's daughter, her name is Chantel Edwards. Well, Chantel Patton now because she's married, but that is my heart. She's the reason I fell in love with hip hop. She taught me how to ride a bike. She taught me how to tie my shoes. She taught me what good rap music was and what trash rap music was. She was my first critic. So yeah, so my sister Chantel is who I grew up with, same house, we got put on punishment together, all that type of shit. And then my birth father has 2 daughters, Kendra and Sean, and we are just starting to get close now in my adult years, and I love them very much as well.
That's dope, man. So from your description, would you say it was a real traditional Black household?
Yes, and in a good way and in a kind of heartbreaking way. Heartbreaking way, traditional Black household is, I don't know what was going on with them fathers that was born in the 50s and 60s, but grew up in a single parent household. Grew up in I don't even like cliche words like the hood or whatever the case, but I grew up in a predominantly Black neighborhood. No, it ain't even predominantly. It was all Black neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Predominantly would imply that some white people lived around, but they didn't. And what was crazy though is when we first moved to the neighborhood that I was in, it was like all white people and only 3 Black families that stayed on the street. And then as I got older, it was like all Black people. But I would say, yeah, I did. Like, a single parent household. My mother worked her butt off, to send me and my sister to private school, just so we could just see a different side of life and hear about different cultures and learn about different mentalities and just understand how to communicate with all types of people. So I would say, yeah, my cousins and my aunts and my uncle, we all came up very close. My grandmother and my papa, they really instilled in us just family. And, y'all watch each other's back and, yeah. So I would say, yeah, I did. My mother tried to have us in church every Sunday, we didn't stick to that, but she tried. But it was like, I would say, yeah, man, I did.
Your father, you said that you grew up in a single parent household, but your father was a musician and he became like a Christian minister, right? But he was like one of your earliest musical influences?
Yeah, that's a fact. Yep, that's a fact. And the reason why I say I grew up in a single parent household is because he left when I was 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? So when I was
years too.
Yeah, those are very pivotal years. So like when I was a child, I would see him rehearsing with the different bands that he was a part of and all of that type of stuff. And I definitely would say that watching him is what made me initially want to create music for sure.
So your parents separated when you were about 10, and at that point were you guys still living in the same house, like he just left, or would you get to see him like every week? How was it?
Well, the crazy part about that is I had to tell my mother to divorce my father. You know, it was ill. Like, you know, as a kid, I think, you know, it was a heavy, I think I was a very self-aware kid. And I think that I was very aware of my environment and my surroundings and energy and vibes. And it was just like my mother and father, the marriage was just it was not a good thing, you know. I grew up seeing domestic abuse. I grew up seeing, you know, it was a point in time period where my father was hooked on drugs and my mother had to just put up with all of these things. And I could tell that my mother was putting up with it because she didn't want me to grow up without a father. And I started to wear the burden of, wow, I'm watching my mother literally her spirit be torn down every day trying to make this marriage work. And she's doing it for me because she thinks, you know what I'm saying, I want him to have his dad. But at the same time, I'm realizing that like I don't want my mother to have to go through what she's going through for on account of me. And I just remember telling my mom, like, you know what I'm saying, I think, you know, you and dad should get a divorce. And she did. And from that point on, my birth father was around for a little minute. Like he stayed in Flint for like a little minute, but then he almost immediately like moved and relocated to Atlanta after that. So I didn't physically see him for like, you know, I didn't ever have like a real physical bond with him when I was growing up.
That's tough, bro. So like, I mean, I understand your mom's perspective because obviously she didn't want it to be like another stereotypical type of situation, you know what I
Correct.
mean? But at the same time, it's like when it's an unhealthy environment like that and you being shaped by those conditions, it's it's worse almost, right?
Yeah, and she saw that too. You know, it was like watching them go through that, you know, times where he'd just be gone for weeks on end and months on end, and I'm watching her having to uh try to explain away things, you know, when people ask questions, you know, why he's not there, where he's at, or whatever the case may be. And I'm watching her just take the brunt of this. And for me, I'm going to school, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard for me to focus on whatever the spelling test is or the reading assignment is when I go home and I know all of this real shit is going on. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And it was kind of like me and my mother was both seeing how it was affecting each other. And for her as a mother, you know, she was trying to fight that good fight. But even as a son, I think I was very intuitive. And I think when I told her that she should divorce my dad, I could literally see the weight get lifted off of her. You know what I'm saying? When that happened. So it was like, when that happened, he moved to Atlanta. And that was that situation.
It's crazy because you were saying that how aware you were of like energy and everything like that, and witnessing the weight be lifted off of her obviously was that heavy energy, right, of having to deal with that. How were you able to process those type of things growing up to that point, like when you would witness it? Like, did you have your mom explain things to you, or you were just like doing self-reflection?
You know what, man? For in the beginning, I think I was kind of lashing out and not like lashing out like I was going to school starting fights because I never been that type of kid, but it was just hard for me to focus like on school. And I was trying to find different escapes to get lost in because I growing up, man, my dad was my first superhero. I thought the world of my birth father. Like I thought he was just the most charming, charismatic, musically gifted. He, you know, whenever he played the guitar, whether it was in church or whether it was at a gig, I watched him transform people's lives and make them happy through this gift of music. So it was like how I dealt with it in the beginning was I needed to find like some type of escape, and I think that's where music came in. At I think that's why I gravitated to music so heavy. Uh, this is funny. This is almost like we about to sit on the therapy couch, but this is good because I like just being real. It's
Mhm.
like For me, it was like music. If he wasn't gonna be there physically, then at least we could connect through music, and I could still feel like I'm somehow making him proud by doing music. You know what I'm saying? And then I got deeper into just entertainment. I started just loving everything that had to do with show business. I was watching Johnny Carson, Jay Leno, David Letterman, Conan O'Brien. Like I would literally study and watch documentaries, and I watched every hip hop documentary. I watched just different movies about just different films and directors, and like I just lost myself in entertainment. I think is how I coped or reconciled with what was going on. Um I think music filled the void of my father not being there.
You know what's interesting is that, you witnessing the traumatic things that you did growing up, right? With your experiences within your household. It's like at the same time, what child doesn't want to make their parent proud though?
Hmm.
Even in spite of all of that, right? You
In
know what I'm
spite of
saying? Like,
all of that.
right. You could feel resentment towards the parent or anything, but it's like that inner child there for you is still there, still present, obviously, or you at the time is still a child. So like you still, you might not have the best feelings towards him, but at the same time, it's like a part of you still wants him to be proud. And like you
Yeah.
were trying to fulfill that, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, you caught it. That's true because at different points in my life, when I first started making music, I remember sending him the CDs to listen to and still wanting that I hope he's proud or I hope, you know what I'm saying? Like that is crazy. It's just in us, man, to always want that validation from our parents no matter what they do. Like they'll always be our parents for sure, man. At different times it was definitely that. Always still wanting that validation.
For sure, man. You talk about growing up in Flint like you were almost like a witness, like a spectator, like just like you absorbed everything, right? Like maybe you weren't necessarily like the participant in the crime and everything, but this element is surrounded by you and it comes out in your music. You know what I'm saying? Like you reflect all of it, you know? So you're talking about growing up in a city where every other house is boarded up. You've been on record about talking about there's a sense of hopelessness within the city. How are you being shaped by that growing up?
Um so I'm an Aries, so I'm naturally very optimistic. Sometimes oblivious, sometimes so for me, how that shaped me was um mm, music and entertainment had to become the bubble that shielded me from the reality that I was living in. How as bad as Flint the environment is and was, it made my imagination have to be that much stronger. You know what I'm saying? It was like, the more gunshots I heard, the more driven I got to want to get out or to want to make something out of myself. The more friends of mine that died because of gun violence, the more I knew that that wasn't what I wanted to do. The more I seen my friends was having children in their teens and girls I used to kick it with having kids in their teens. And you know what I'm saying? It was like everything that I saw that was negative, I took it and instead of letting it mold me into becoming that, I used it to make me be the opposite of the things that I saw that I didn't like. And in Flint, it was a lot of that. It was a lot of just things that could if you don't have a strong will, it would definitely push you in the wrong direction. It's like, some cities have like parts of the city that's the hood. Flint, like the entire city is the hood. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, and us being a small town, it's like, it's not too much to shoot for. It's not, you don't see things that motivate you or inspire you. I think that, not saying that every city doesn't have their own trials and tribulations, but I'm saying like if you live in LA, Yes, there are bad parts of LA, but still, man, you got palm trees. You could go downtown, not downtown LA, but you could go to, you could go see Malibu. You could go to, Burbank and see where they shoot the Jimmy Kimmel show or whatever. Like those things are a reality to you. And Flint, the things on TV are literally like it's an entirely different world. You're never gonna get there. There's no possible way for you to get there. So be realistic with yourself. You're gonna die struggling in Flint, so you might as well just go get a job working at the shop. There's really like a defeatist attitude. So even more than the environment, the scenery itself, I think the mentality and the environment kind of have a toxic relationship with each other, that the city looks the way it looks because the people think the way they think, and the people think the way they think because the city looks the way it looks, and it's kind of negatively feeding on each other. And with me, it was just like, I don't want to be a product of that. I want to show people in my city that you can do something, that you can be better, that you don't have to be defined by these things. You are not your environment, like at all, at any point. You are what you say you are. And so for me, it was like, I'll bury myself in hip hop, comic books, pro wrestling, movies, and I'll create this naive reality in my head, and I'll believe it until it's a reality.
Yeah, man. It's kind of like psychological warfare in a way.
Hmm.
Like you're born into that, right? Where it's like you're almost taught to believe like why try when it's like there's no use in trying kind of thing, but you have to be
Man,
stronger than that in order to overcome it, you know? And I like what you're talking about where like you had to make that a reality before it actually became a reality. It's kind of like, you know, in this industry, like a lot of times people say in order to make it, you kind of got to be a little disillusioned, you know, a
you
little
do.
delusional to in order to
You
believe
do.
that you're like the best, right? You got to like convince yourself that like you're really that good, that you're going to be the one out of millions in order to do it. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta believe. You have to. Yes, you have to be obsessed. I see CT Fletcher. I don't know if you up on CT Fletcher, bodybuilder.
Mm.
Well, man, he's super inspirational and motivational. But he just had a video where he said you have to be obsessed with it. Like if you're not
Oh, wait,
obsessed
didn't
with
you
your
post it?
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah, because
yeah, CT Fletcher. Yeah, you gotta be obsessed with it, man.
yeah. So how would you describe yourself as a kid though? Like were you quiet? Were you really social? Were you like really into school,
I
sports?
was man, no, I was never into sports. Um, I was a personality wise, I was a shy kid. And I sometimes I don't know if I was so much shy as I was. I'm not really I don't waste words. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't the type of kid that was just gonna start talking if then nobody asked me something. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm chilling. Like, and I think I'm still kind of the same way now. Um, as a child, probably too kind-hearted. I remember my mother having to yell at me because it would be times for Christmas. Man, it was if another kid didn't get nothing for Christmas, I would give them my toys for Christmas, and my mama would be like, "Can I cuss on here?"
Yeah, of course.
Okay, my mom's would be like, "Don't be giving them kids your shit. They ain't gonna motherfucking take care of your motherfucking shit. You better get your motherfucking shit." Yo, Yo, I was getting, hey, probably the only kid dog, that was getting cussed out for being too nice. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And that was me. Yeah, as a kid, I would rewrap my gift and try to give it to somebody else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because I've never been, even as a child, I've never been materialistic. Like material things don't make me happy. Like seeing like joy from other people, like that's what makes me happy. So it's like, I could play with this toy for a second, but seeing the look on their face when I give it to them, like that's fucking priceless. So as a kid, I think I was kind of too generous and too kind-hearted to a fault. I think I was very naive sometimes to the fact that sometimes everybody doesn't have your best interests at heart.
Mhm.
So I think I was too trusting as a kid, and I think I had to learn to have thick skin by trial and error. Thank God I'm a mentally tough person and I could take it. So yeah, as a kid, man, I was just chilling, always trying to help somebody, and I'm not trying to gas myself or put myself over, but that's genuinely who I was as a kid. I didn't get in a bunch of fucking trouble. I didn't go. I feel like I had common sense very early. If a bunch of kids was sitting there throwing rocks at a fucking building, I'm like, why the fuck are y'all doing that? Like, we gonna get in trouble. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was my mentality was, I'm not going out of my way to find trouble. I'm chilling. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I was very cool, calm, collected as a child. Like I say, big heart. Um, my mom always say I was the kind of kid that other parents didn't mind babysitting, and I take that as a high compliment, man.
Where did you learn that generosity from? Where that kindness come from?
I'm gonna keep it so real with you. My mother often says, she said, and my nickname is Deucey, so she'll say, Deucey, there's parts of you that's not me or your dad, and it's just you, and I don't know where you got it from. So that's from my mother.
So I guess you can assume the Lord's gift then, or something along
Bro,
those
you
lines.
literally just
Yeah.
took the words out of my
Yeah.
mouth. Like, God, man. That's all I can say. God. And then by no means am I a perfect person. But I think to me, just injustice and wrongdoing just is dumb. Like being a shitty person is dumb. It don't cost you nothing to be nice. If somebody, if you don't like somebody, then you don't have to be around them. Everything doesn't need an opinion. Everything doesn't, every fight isn't worth fighting. Choose your battles. Well, I'm just a very 1+1 is 2 type person, man. Like,
Mhm.
that's just how I am.
So you actually went to Catholic school, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you in Catholic school for like your whole life?
Whole life from pre-K. I went to 2 schools before I went to Full Sail when I graduated. I went to a school called St. John Vianney. Shouts to my SJV family. And then after that, I went to a school called Powers Catholic High School. Shouts to my Powers, go orange, go blue. Shouts to my Powers family. So yep, I went to 2 schools and they were both Catholic schools.
So what was that experience like? Do you feel like that strayed you away from the streets?
Absolutely. I think I inherently strayed away from the streets just because that's not who I am as a person.
Mhm.
But I think that going to Catholic school kind of solidified and gave me it validated my opinions on why I shouldn't be in the streets for sure. Um, like I said, I find and I think that my experience growing up was dope just because I did grow up in the hood, right? And I grew up seeing the decisions that were made, the conversations that's being had. I grew up seeing kids don't well, today's a little different, but back in my day, it's like you didn't grow up with like a quote unquote hood mentality. You grew up a regular kid, and then the people that were around you that you looked up to kind of molded your mentality as you got older. And that's what I learned about growing up in the hood. It's like we all started off at the same point, but then this person started looking up to this guy who sold drugs and idolizing it, and he wanted to be like him. This guy thought this guy was cool because he got all the girls, so he started straying and acting like this. I just kind of stayed on a straight path by going to private school and seeing the other side of the tracks. It was like it showed me that there was things that I wanted to experience that if I glamorized or idolized the dudes that was selling dope in the neighborhood or the dudes that was up to no good, I was never going to be able to see these things as I was hearing about at school. Like when kids would talk about I had never been on an airplane before. The first time I was on an airplane was when I was 18 years old and I went to orientation to go to Full Sail. It was like, because just in my neighborhood and in Flint in general back then, it wasn't, where was we going? So it was like at school, you hear about these kids coming back when we got to come back to school. You hearing about, oh, I just got back from up north. I just got back from California. I just got back from Miami. I just got back from New York. Oh my God, I just got back from Texas. And I'm listening like, damn, that seemed like it's some cool shit to do. So I think that having the dynamic of both actually helped me, because going to private school helped me to thrive and to have ambitions to go see. I want to have those conversations too. I don't want to fucking talk about, yeah, I just got out the county, bro. You know what I'm saying? Man, shit, the food in the county trash, bro. And I'm watching these motherfuckers like bond over being locked up. I don't want to fucking bond over being locked up, bro. Like, I want to bond over, yo, did you try the restaurant in Miami where they have the sushi with the, that sound like some fly shit to me. Like, I wanna bond over the conversation of, I hate traveling on 2 different flights and I like having a straight flight. These conversations sounded more fly to me than, bro, shit, do they still got the same CO in the comp? No, I don't want to know. I don't want to know what it's like to have a fucking PO. I don't want to know. None of that shit ever sound cool to me. So going to private school definitely gave me validation of like, yeah, these conversations sound way more fly than these conversations. And I just want to teach my people how to stop glamorizing the bullshit. Like, there's a whole other side of life out there that we are stopping ourselves from being able to get to because we're glamorizing the wrong shit.
You know, I like what you brought up earlier, right? When you were talking about basically like kids, we all start out at the same level. It's almost like the whole argument of like, you know, you're born innocent, or humans inherently born good, right? You know what I'm
Right?
saying? Before the environment and your influences start to happen. So that's a really dope thing that you're talking about, because like, you know, when you start to witness different things and you be influenced by it, and obviously you're like, oh yeah, that guy, he has the girls, he has the money, he has the car and stuff like that. I want to be like that. So now I'm going down this route. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So for you though, like, you know, going to Catholic school, was there a lot of black kids in Catholic school with you, or it was like mainly white?
It was mainly white, but it was some sprinkles that was in there, you know what I'm saying? Some little chocolate drops up in there, you feel me? Like, it was some black kids in there, man. And yeah, but obviously it was, but you know what? I'll keep it super real. It was sprinkles of black kids, but also it was sprinkles of Hispanic kids. It was sprinkles of Asian kids. It was sprinkles of, I remember, Indian kids. Like, so it was the schools that I went to. I know, yeah, the schools that I went to, I would say they were multicultural. There were a lot of Middle Eastern, Chaldean, and Arabic descent people that went to the schools that I went to. So I would say, on top of it being your share of black kids there, it was also very culturally diverse to where it was a lot of other nationalities that went to those schools too.
Yeah. So your worldly view was so much wider than a lot of people then at a young age, right?
Absolutely.
Because like, you know, like I genuinely believe in the saying that, you know, you are the company that you keep, right? And your
Facts.
environment really helps shape your thoughts. So like, when if you're just staying on the block all day long and you're around that same element, this is all you know. You never left, you know, that area. You never gone travel to a different city. You never seen different things. You know, that type of stuff is not being introduced to your brain about how big the world really is, what else is really out there. This is all you know, right? So, like,
Facts.
to piggyback off of what you were saying earlier, when you went up to Full Sail, you're hearing everybody talk about they travel in here, they go in here, and stuff like that, and you didn't want to bond with people about, yo, I just got out the county, the same old shit, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That you know, basically like a generational curse of the same thing that is happening over and over again,
Yeah.
right? You know, did people look at you different or like question your blackness? Because, you know, like it kind of, that kind of happens in hip hop culture a lot, where it's like, you I don't know, it's like a it's really contradictory, where it's like, okay, like, you, if someone becomes successful and they strive for more, then they're called the nerd, or they're like, you know what I'm saying, like they're made fun of, to be made feel like they're less, you know, like. And it's like, this side of it is like, if you're a gangster or something like that, then that's the real, you get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And so, yeah, I definitely want to tap in on that. And I want to say too, just so, because we live in a world where people take shit so wrong nowadays, not to say, and not saying that you said this, but just clarity for anybody who watched this. Not to say that I didn't want to bond with my people. I didn't want to bond with my people over bullshit. You feel me? Like, just so the people watching this,
You wanted to
it's
show
like,
them more.
yes, I want,
More,
like,
right?
when they would have conversations with me about negative shit, I would take the conversation to music, or I would take it to something positive as opposed to bonding over things that was negative. But now to answer your question, yeah, it was that divide, especially like, bro, in the 90s. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now things are, I don't know how things are now. I feel like things are way more integrated as
Because
far
I
as
think social
kids.
media, because you get to see everywhere.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Yeah.
man, in the 90s, it was definitely me and my sister had to, when we went home and got off the school bus, it was, why y'all talk white? You sound white. Why you sound white? And then on the same token, sometimes when I would go to school, it was like the white kids would say something about me sounding too black. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, that sounds ghetto. Like, you sound ghetto when you say that.
So you're not
So
good
it
enough for either side, basically. You
wasn't
make
good
it
enough for
feel like
either
that.
side. But what that forced me to do is find myself. It's
Mhm.
like, fuck that. I'm gonna be whoever I am, and whoever rock with me, whoever don't. That's what it forced out of me. But I definitely, me and my sister, we had to go through that. That's the battles that we had to fight. That at times when you went home, it was like you ain't whatever black enough is for the hood, and then you too black when you get to school. And I think that it forced me and my sister to just be like, listen, I am who I am. Like, if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And so that's kind of, how I found myself, really, you know.
That's dope, man. Definitely got to commend you for that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it,
Like,
man.
I think that one of the best things that anybody can ever do in life is figure out who you are, because the sooner that you figure that out, everything else becomes more clear to you. Your decisions about where you trying to go, what you trying to do and stuff like that makes it a lot easier, man.
110%. Thank you for saying that, man. Like, thank you for saying. And I encourage all people out there watching this, man. If you got to change who you are, to fit into any environment, then fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Find your tribe, and your tribe might. Who knows what the fuck that looks like? You know what I'm saying? Just find the people that allow you to be who you are comfortably. Period. You know what I'm saying? Accept you for whoever you are and whatever you are. I remember I had a conversation in the studio. This is probably in like 2012 when I'm working on an album I did called Season 2. And I'm talking to one of the homies, and I had an epiphany. I was like, bro, sometimes I hate being in Flint. And he was like, why you say that? I said, because just to survive here, I have to wear a mask of being something that I'm really not. He said, well, what you mean? I said, well, because one time he came in the studio and I was making a beat, and it was like an R&B type beat. And he said something to me like, here you go making this soft ass shit, right? So my Flint response had to be, man, fuck you, nigga. But that's not what I want to say. What I want to say is, I actually like all types of music. Why don't you? I actually like all types of music. I'm influenced by Stevie Wonder. I'm influenced by Bobby Womack. But I can't fucking have that conversation with you because we in Flint. And if I have that conversation with you, you gonna call me soft again, and we gonna fight. And I don't want that, but it's like, to survive in this environment, I have to give you a response that you respect, but that's not who I am. And so I used to be torn sometimes. So then, like I said, I just got to a point where it's like, you know what? I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm going to be the person that in the hood, if somebody say like, oh, you making some soft ass girl shit, and I'm gonna be like, man, you don't know where this sample came from, man. This a Prince sample, man. Let me put you on to the real song. I had to learn how to be fearlessly me. I had to, in a room full of motherfuckers that probably got guns and dope on them, I had to be the artist that I am. I had to learn how to fight for me. I had to learn how to be unapologetically me around motherfuckers that honestly, if they ain't respect you, then it could have went down. So it's like, that's why I think these days, and especially in like situations like this or interviews or times that I get to express myself, I think that's why I come off the way that I do, is because I had to fight to be confident in who I am.
Yeah, and there's no worse feeling, bro, when you have to suppress who you really are, right? For so long and everything like that. And then like when you finally get to really be who you are, step into that light, it's like what you were talking about with your mom. It's like you feel that weight shed off of you, that burden of feeling like, you know what I'm saying? That energy. So
Facts.
that's dope, man. Your sister, she was like one of the biggest influences for you, like you were saying earlier, and she played No Limit Soldiers for you, and that changed things forever.
That's a fact.
And you learned to play that on the piano, right?
That's a fact. Thank you for real doing research, man. Thank you.
Well, you were a big fan of MC Breed, Dayton Family, Top Authority, right? And you started songwriting at like 10 years old.
But
And it's funny because I've seen you say that, you know, your mom was actually really great at writing poetry.
yes, still is. She writing a book right now, and me and my sister trying to encourage her to finish it.
So talk to us about how the early days of you starting to rap, how that went.
So this cat named David Collier, he lived down the street. He gave my sister the TRU True to the Game CD. She put it in and played No Limit Soldiers. And she said, Deucey, you got to hear this. And then I listened to it. And I don't know what happened. I don't know why, but it was one of them moments where time stood still. And from that moment on, I wanted to rap. I wanted to make music because before then, I wanted to make music. I just didn't know what type of music I wanted to make. I didn't know where I fit in with music because I feel like I can understand vocal tones and notes, but I wouldn't consider myself a singer. You know what I'm saying? I know how to play by ear, but I'm not classically trained to play. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, where do I fit in? When I heard No Limit Soldiers and I heard Master P and No Limit, it was just kind of like the authenticity is what resonated with me. And from that point on, I had a karaoke machine and then I had a radio. So kids watching this, if it's anybody that was born before the 90s.
Yo, it wasn't always as easy as it is now with you guys with your phones or digital audio working stations and stuff.
Y'all gotta understand. In the 90s, how I had to record. So we had these things. I'm gonna break it down we had cassette tapes. All right. So there were cassette tapes. And what I would do was, do you remember when they would have like the boom boxes that had the CD part on top
Right,
and the
exactly,
cassette tape?
yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
So what I would do is, you remember rap songs in the 90s would kind of have long endings. So what I would do is like loop the end of a song and make instrumentals like from CD to tape. So I would keep looping it over and over on the tape so that I could have instrumentals. So I would do that and then take the karaoke machine on the porch and then put the radio by the microphone of the karaoke machine and I would rap into it. And that's how I made my first tapes. And then I was a writer before I was anything else because I would write all of the raps for all of the kids in the neighborhood. I'd be like, this your part, this your part, this your part. You gonna say this, you gonna say this. And that's how I started. The name of my first label was Flint Town Records. That was the name of my record. And my rap name was Do So Spades. And that was the Do So Spades, bro. And to this day, my cousins and my Aunt Gloria still call me Do So to this day. So yeah, man. But that's how it started.
Hey man, you missing a crucial part in the story, all right?
What
Mr.
up?
Right 2 Bars.
Oh man. But yeah, that's definitely how it started.
School bus, man. Come on.
Yeah, that's definitely how it started. So God bless the dead, a cat named not Josh Gallagher, Josh Lewis, and another cat named Jason Lunk. They used to try to get me to rap every day on the school bus. And I was nervous. I didn't think I could rap. I went home and wrote 2 bars. I thought these bars was fire as hell. And I had got myself all geeked up. I'm like, tomorrow I'm going to take my ass to school. I'm going to get on the school bus. I'm going to spit these 2 bars. And when I did, the bus went crazy. No bullshit. I think they more so went crazy because it was almost like nobody could believe I finally rapped, because this was like an ongoing thing. Like every day for like a month, like they'd be like, I'm going to pass the mic to my man, Jon. And then I'd just be like, nah, I can't rap. I can't. I can't do it. And then my man Jason would be like, you can rap, man. And I'm like, I would be thinking like, why does he think I can rap? Like I didn't, and to this day, God bless Jason Monk, wherever he is in the world, much love to him, because him believing in me changed my life, because it was like, I didn't think I could rap. I don't know why he was so passionate about like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. You can rap. And I'm like, I can't. I don't know why you fucking think I could rap. Went home, wrote them 2 bars, came to school the next day, spit, and the bus went, ooh. And then it was on. So then after that, it was fucking on, man.
Isn't it funny though that like out of that group, the people that you know you were thinking that I can't do it, but you ended up making it into a profession. Out of all the people, you know what I'm saying?
Wow. When you put it like that, that is insane.
That makes you like question like I'm not trying to be religious, but like you know kind of like the things that are
Go
like
ahead.
preordained, predestined to happen, kind of thing. You know, like I mean, it could make you even think on a deeper level that maybe Jason like felt the urge like to play that role in
Man.
your life to push you. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you something. First of all, you don't got to give me a disclaimer, bro. We can take this conversation as deep as you want because I'm going to take you to the point where I'm on some shit these days. And we don't got to get stuck here, but I'm going to keep, because as you said that, it triggered this thought. I be on some shit like everything is energy, right? The energy cannot be created or destroyed. So if our spirits are energy, this is about to be some real shit for you, man. This is what I'm on right now. That it's like, have all of us already, like, if energy can't be created or destroyed, have we already died before? And it's ourself that's already dead is watching us live out life right now and helping us make the moves that we're supposed to make. I'm on some shit like that now, dog.
So you're saying like instead of like reincarnation, it's more of like the reincarnated part is like the guide basically for us.
Yes, like
Okay.
you've all of this has already happened. Like you know what I'm saying? And I think that's what intuition is that it all of it already happened before, and it's the you that already lived all of every decision that you could possibly make is out there. Like are you a Marvel fan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So imagine if life is like the multiverse, right? And when they say God gave us free will, that, okay, there's a version of me that never rapped on the bus. There's a version of me that did rap on the bus. There's a version of me that stopped rapping after all. There's infinity possibilities. And I just keep choosing, I'm being guided on which path to take to get to this version of me's happy ending. That's where I'm at. That's where I'll leave it right now, man.
You know what I like about what you're saying is intuition. That's something that a lot of us like fail to follow. That gut feeling, and I always strongly believe that that's something that will never lead you wrong. You know,
Agreed.
but so many people they silence that when they feel it.
Man, listen, somebody once told me, and it's a quote that I live by, your intuition doesn't have a motive. Its only motive is to protect you. You know, your intuition is your God thought. Like your intuition is the fact that you spiritually agreeing with what you already know to be right. Anything after that, doubt and worry and fear, I feel like those things are not of God. So it's like whatever that first initial feeling is, that intuitive nudge, follow that every time because its only motivation is to protect you and guide you to where you want to be.
Got you, man. All right. Well, how did you come up with the rap name Jon Connor?
Because I'm a nerd, man. I'm a movie nerd. So I'm 18 years old and I'm watching the Terminator movies back to back. And for whatever reason, man, like it had an impact on me. Like watching them back to back and just how important the character Jon Connor was to the future of everything and how even before he was born, like how much had happened just for him to be born. Like that's how significant or important he was to just, you know, everything. So it's like I want to be that important. I want to make my mark on the world like that. Like, you know, I want to leave a mark that's that important. I want to walk in my purpose and be as significant to this existence as Jon Connor was in that film.
So, what age did you really start making beats? Was that like later on in life or was that still like while you're a teenager?
That's maybe 13, 14.
Okay.
Yep.
And then what were you making them on?
Yamaha, a little Yamaha keyboard, and then I have my first like workstation keyboard. Dang, I can't remember the name of that joint. But it was me and my cousins that both got they had got the more expensive version of the joint, but it had like a floppy disk drive in it and all of that shit. And it was the first,
Oh.
you know what I'm saying? And it was like the first board that like you could record tracks on the keyboard. I got that when I was 14.
Oh, so
So
this is
yeah,
like 99.
99. Yeah. It was
Wow,
Christmas.
okay.
It was Christmas of 99.
Wow, okay.
Yep.
That's crazy, man. Because I know like in middle school you was a hustler, man. Like you was
Yeah.
already selling your mixtapes and everything, right? You know, this at this
Yeah.
time you're still recording on the karaoke machine?
Yeah. By high school, the money from the CDs we sold in high school paid for us to get better equipment. So, yep. So, ninth and 10th grade, we would still record on the karaoke machine. But the money from the CDs that was made on the karaoke machine made it to where by 11th and 12th grade, we had some like dope equipment. We got like a little digital mixer, a real microphone. I got better keyboards. Like, yeah.
So are you recording on the computer or is this still analog?
This still analog.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's dope,
Yep.
man.
Yep.
Um
I didn't get a computer until Everybody Hates Connor. So that's 2007. And I still didn't know I didn't know what an MPC was until I got to Full Sail, until 2004. And my homeboy Alex, if you ever watch this, he was like, bro, you need an MPC. And I said, what's that? He said, bro, you don't know what a fucking MPC is? I'm like, no, bro, I lived in the hood, bro. We wasn't up on music tech. We didn't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? If they didn't just say it in a rap song, then we was just guessing, man. We didn't know.
right. But that's kind of funny that he emphasized the MPC so much because later on in life, who do you know will end up being close to you that uses the MPC?
It's a bunch of producers I'm cool with. Which one you talking about?
I'm talking about Dre, man. Dre known for the MPC, right?
Yeah, but see that. But I work with a lot of producers that use the MPC.
But I'm talking about like the one that people like really affiliate you with. You know what I'm saying? Like that's like the big one. You know.
Yes, word.
Yeah. So I want to take this conversation somewhere else. So
yeah.
You know, it's safe to say you were a little bit of a nerd as a child, right? You know what I mean? Like
yes.
I feel like I was a little bit of a nerd too. But who are your top 5 wrestlers of all time?
Wow. Thank you for giving me 5, bro. Cause that helps. It's kind of easy for me to answer this because I think somebody just asked me this. And what I said in the last joint was Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Hulk Hogan. And since you giving me 5, I gotta say Macho Man Randy Savage.
Wow. Okay. See, based off of your numbers, of your names, I can tell like what era you really watched wrestling from.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But with, you know, the death of Hulk Hogan and everything like that, like how did you feel about that? Because, you know, it was like a big thing amongst the Black community of people being like, look, this is somebody, a character that we grew up kind of idolizing for the ones that watched wrestling, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the other side of it where like people felt like, well, he made those remarks on a personal level about people that were Black. You know, like how do you feel about that?
I feel like us as Black people got bigger shit to be worried about than Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan, the wrestler, being fucking racist. That's number one. We like, and I hope my people watch this. We see it and we can debate and talk about it. I don't give a shit, but I just walk in my truth. We got way bigger shit to be worried about than for one Hulk Hogan, the wrestler, being racist or not. Second of all, it's owners of fucking NBA teams that's racist, and I don't see people fucking boycotting the NBA. It's owners of NFL teams that's fucking racist, like, and they don't boycott the NFL. So if we're gonna be mad about racism, let's be consistent and be mad about it all the time. Until then, shut the fuck up and don't expect me to jump on the fake ass for the moment. I'm rage baiting. You ain't black enough, because you got to remember, you talking to the dude who used to have to defend being black enough or not black enough. So now I just live in my truth. And the truth is, if you ain't gonna be mad about this shit all the time, stop picking and choosing when to be mad about it. If it's wrong once, it's wrong all the time. So that's how I feel in the bigger scheme of things, where it's just like, for one, we got bigger shit to be worried about. I'm more concerned about, if we talking about entertainers affecting our communities and who we idolizing, the character Hulk Hogan told me to train, say my prayers, and eat my vitamins. The real life rappers that I listened to growing up was telling me to have babies out of wedlock, telling me to go sell dope to my own people, telling me to go kill my own community, going out there and making it seem like going to school wasn't cool, making it seem like all this negative shit was the things to do. So I think we need to start at home first. If we're gonna start being mad about shit or whatever the case, we got to look at ourselves and clean out our own closets before we start picking and choosing which people we gonna be mad at. So that's, like I say, on the bigger scale. Smaller scale, I kind of feel like all races are racist to an extent. I feel like when you're in the comfort of your own home, and I'm just keeping it real, man. I've been in like households where, man, I'm just keeping it real, man. I've heard, hey, listen, I'm gonna keep it real. And I'm not making a fucking excuse for Hulk Hogan saying what he said. What did he say? He told his daughter, like, if she was gonna date a nigga, I hope it's a rich nigga or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, okay, all right. That's
he
what
didn't say that to her directly. I think he was saying it to someone else during his sex tape or whatever whatever it was. That he had. He was talking to somebody about it.
Man,
but yeah, that's in essence what he said.
I feel like all races are racist. I feel like behind closed doors, I feel like all races talk shit about other races. I do. Had Hulk Hogan got on TV and said that shit, like in a public statement, then it would be 10 times different than this motherfucker is getting taped on a secret camcorder, having a private conversation that he don't think nobody ever gonna hear. Because I've heard black people say racist shit about white people behind closed doors, and then I be around them same black people. I be like, it'd be behind closed doors, and it'd be like, this crack ass motherfucker, this motherfucking cracker. And then we get in front of white people and it's like, oh man, how you doing? Okay, so I think that all races do that. I feel like Asian people in the comfort of their own home probably talk shit about all races. I feel like Mexicans, right. I feel like Asians be talking shit in front of our face, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? So listen, I'm just keeping it real. Here's the thing, bro. I'm at a point in my life where I know what to give my energy to and what not to give my energy to, and what to take serious and what to not be serious about. This shit is hilarious. Do I think Mexicans probably say some fucked up shit about black people when we not around, about white people when they not around? Probably. Do I think white people probably say the most fucking racist shit ever when it ain't no black people around, no Asian people around? Yes, I think all races are full of fucking shit. And I think when any race gets on a fucking soapbox and be like, oh, this is this and this is that, it'd be like, man, everybody be talking shit about everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? So as far as, and I'm not, now, don't get me wrong, as a black man, it's certain shit that, no, I'm gonna ride for. But I'm talking about when we start getting extra sensitive to somebody said this or somebody said that. If a motherfucker didn't just make a public statement that was just totally crazy and racist, there's like, man, knock it off, man, because everybody be saying like racist shit behind closed doors. You know, let's not make Hulk Hogan the fucking poster child for your blackness. If you like Hulk Hogan, you ain't. Stop it, man. It's been presidents that have said more racist shit than Hulk Hogan. It's been mayors, governors, like I say, leaders of movie studios, actors, dog. I've heard actors, and I ain't gonna put motherfuckers on blast, but I've heard actors go ape shit. Who was that? Somebody said, anyway, but it's been actors that said crazy shit, but then black people will still go support the movies. So it's like, My final statement on that is all races are racist to an extent. When Hulk Hogan passed, I thought it was so ridiculous, like people being divided about, man, when did we get to a time in life where celebrating on some na type shit that somebody died? Like, why is that acceptable? Even my man, what's my man name that got shot?
Who?
Who just got assassinated? He got shot in the neck.
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, like, listen, if I don't like somebody, it don't cost me nothing to say nothing. It don't cost me nothing to just shut the fuck up. If I don't like somebody or I don't like what they stood for, I don't have to have an opinion about it. I think it's disgusting when somebody dies and people get on social media and they say, I'm glad he dead, that he up in hell right now. What type of fucking inhuman, soulless ass, dumbass shit is that? I am a God-fearing person. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. So everybody that's out there throwing stones, like I say, I'm not trying to ride for a racist or whatever the case may be. I'm riding for just being a human. I'm riding for human decency. If you don't like somebody, keep it moving. But to celebrate, like that dude is a real person. He got a daughter. He got a family. He got, grandkids or whatever. It's like, I just think that that's crazy that we didn't got to a point in society where it's okay to like fucking like tease or make light out of somebody dying. That shit is weird.
All right, well, a couple observations, okay, because you took this conversation somewhere like, wow, man, and like it's just like I got a lot of little observations. But first of all, in the comments, people are gonna be like, black people can't be racist because racism comes from a place of power and black people aren't in a position of power. You've seen those comments, right, where people say stuff like that.
I have seen that. So listen, see, here's the thing, and I don't want to cut off your wisdom. So for the people that say that black people can't be racist, so okay, here's the statement for y'all that say that they like to sound smart, and when people say that, they think they sound smart, but you don't sound smart. You just sound like you're regurgitating the opinion of some other motherfucker on social media that you heard say that. So I'll say it like this. I've heard, okay, if black people can't be racist, if we can't be racist, okay, cool, whatever. I've heard black people say culturally offensive shit about other races. Is that cool for people?
Prejudice, I guess.
Yes, prejudice. Fuck it. Let's use that word. So all races are prejudiced to an extent.
Right. And now, because of that comment, people in the comments are going to say, why he trying to be like Samuel Jackson's character in Django now and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's like, it's a thing, on the internet. It's like, bro, like whenever I've noticed like somebody really try to call out their own people or something like that, like they get made to be, especially for black people, they get made to be fed as the one that, oh, you a traitor, you against your own people, you do, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and you want to know what, this is good. I'm loving where this conversation going. Because it's like, dog, we need to, I stand on truth, bro. I'm a proud, strong black man, period. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I know who I am, but I'm standing on truth. I'm not going to coddle people's feelings and like, just so they can become comfortable with like lies or just fuck that. The truth is supposed to make you uncomfortable. The truth is supposed to make them motherfuckers go crazy in the comments and start good. I'm not trying to I saw a whole generation of black people enabling black people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when we would make this fucking poisonous ass rap music and we wonder why generations of black kids coming up not knowing how to take care of their kids, killing each other, bragging about killing their ops, fucking school, shooting up the fucking school, thinking it's cool to fucking just blow money at the strip clubs. Our daughters becoming strippers and not wanting to go to school. Dog, I lived through the generation of motherfuckers that made the music that made it okay for motherfuckers to do that. And it's because when people like was saying shit, and I can remember, dog, it would be like times on like the Jenny Jones show, it'd be one motherfucker like me, like on stage with like Luke from 2 Live Crew or some shit like that. And I used to feel so bad for that nigga, man. Like, dog,
Oh man.
he used to be like, yo, you know, Luke, can you, and Uncle Luke, I got nothing but respect for. I'm just being silly using it that as an example because it probably wasn't even Luke. But I'm saying, like, it used to be like, okay, that one dude who's like the teacher in his community, and he's saying some real ass shit like, the music is having an effect on the kids and they come into school saying pop that pussy. So can y'all kind of like put some positive shit in your music? And then the rapper would be like, nigga, I'm just keeping it real, man. And then the audience would be like, yeah, he keeping it real. So now I'm living in a generation. I'm living three.
You Sharif now.
I'm Sharif, dog. Bro, I'm fucking Sharif now, dog. Ain't that a bitch?
Well,
dog, I'm 3 generations deep of watching like the effects of motherfuckers like coddle people's emotion, and I don't want to say nothing because I'm scared. Man, fuck the comments. It's like, here's the thing. Everybody in the comments who got a problem with what I'm saying, follow me at Jon Connor Music, put it in my comments, and I will respond to each of you motherfuckers individually because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Tired, fucking tired. Somebody got to say something, man.
See, the thing that I really like is that you're saying not what people want to hear, what you feel people need to hear.
Yes, because at least it'll open up the dialogue for fucking conversation. Even if right now I'm not expressing it verbally the way that even if I watch this back, I'm going to be like, damn, I wish I would have said this differently. At least it's going to start people to talking. And then other people that understand where I'm coming from, they'll start having dialogue in their living room and in the comments and on Instagram about the shit that I'm saying. Because that's where change started at, is at least talking about it. But if I keep letting, yeah, y'all right, man, it's crazy. Any black person that ever liked Hulk Hogan, they a sellout. What the fuck is we talking about, dog? There was a here's the reality of the Hulk Hogan situation. I watched wrestling from the time I was a baby, and I didn't find out he was fucking racist or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Until like my 30s.
I think.
Yes. Yeah. So you mean I gotta erase all of those years of like me enjoying the entertainment? I just found this shit out. And then you want me to put him on the list of motherfuckers I should hate over presidents that motherfuckers still be like celebrating over fucking mayors, politicians, people who have individually done me crazy in show business? Fuck all that. I got bigger fish to fry than Hulk Hogan, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, see what you're saying, though, on the same note, right? Although it's a little different. It's like when you meet your heroes, a lot of times they don't live up to what you thought they were going to be, right? So you being in the industry, I'm sure you've listened to somebody's music. You thought they were this one type of person. You meet them and you're like, man, this dude's a fucking asshole, or he's a piece of shit. He's not a good person, right?
Yes, correct.
It's like finding out Santa Claus is not real type of shit. You know what I mean? And so it's like people don't realize that what you see, this is why idolizing is so dangerous. You can appreciate somebody for their skill set. You can like them for that. But the fact is, we're all human beings at the end of the day. We all make mistakes, right? We're all imperfect. I'm not defending what he said. I'm just saying that that's the realization. You look in the mirror, you're not perfect. You done some fucked up shit too. Everybody has, right? So to try to, I don't like it when people, because of somebody's celebrity status, they're like, there's no way he could possibly have done that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, come on, bro. Like, are you kidding me? Everybody is capable of doing something that is wrong. Like, that's just so crazy to me, you know?
Absolutely. Everybody, especially with entertainers, we don't know any of these people.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Feel me?
You only know what they let you see, right?
What they let you see, right? Even when I get off of this show with you, you don't know what I'm about to go fucking do. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't know what you about to go do.
Yeah.
Literally, even this. So it's like people that, like, you know, do that and judge people, I think that is absurd, asinine, and ridiculous. Like, we're all humans. Like you said, I just want to drive that point home. Like, we're all humans, man. And like you said, I want to be clear, too, for anybody. I'm not justifying what Hulk Hogan said. What I am saying is that in this particular situation is like, did I enjoy the artwork that he did? Yeah, I did. Like, you know what I'm saying? And now I think I'm becoming it's like I feel indifferent about Terry Bollea the person, but I'm not going to celebrate that somebody died because they have a family. His feelings about black people is his feelings. I'm not celebrating Terry Bollea the person. I watched Hulk Hogan, the character. That's what I watched. That's what I like when I watch. If I go watch WrestleMania 7 now, I'm not looking at it like I'm looking at Terry Bollea, the man. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why in my post that I put about him, it was like, thanks for the memories. I have memories of Hulk Hogan, the character. I never hung around Terry Bollea, the man. I don't know. He could have been 10 times more racist than what we know. He could have been 10 times less racist than what we know. I don't know. So I can't stand in judgment of that. And who's to fucking say that he didn't go repent for that? Who's to say he didn't have a conversation with God over that? Bro, I know. Lord knows I've
That's
done wrong
another thing
shit.
that I wanted to ask you, right? So it's like, is there a statute of limitations on something like that? Because obviously that happened over a decade before
Mhm.
he died, right? So it's kind of like, you know what I mean? Do you let that go, or are we supposed to just hold it against the person forever? Are they not able to grow as a person? Like, that's things that I feel social media misses out on conversating about.
I agree. And bro, like I said, I'm a spiritual dude. And I seen that Hulk Hogan, I saw like a documentary or something where he got saved and gave his life to God. He had scripture tattooed on his forearm, right? So I don't know with that, what came with that, with him and his relationship with God. Here's what I do know. Like I said, he who is without sin cast the first stone. Judge not lest ye be judged. Ain't none of y'all in the comments God. Y'all didn't go home with Terry Bollea and y'all don't know what his relationship is like with God. The only person that could judge him is God. That's it. I've done wrong. So if I was to be like, man, fuck Hulk Hogan, man, you a sellout if you fuck with Hulk. I'm judging now. I'm not God, bro. And neither is anybody watching this, and neither is anybody in the fucking comments. And the day that anybody in the comments is perfect, then I will give them my phone number and I'll be like, yo, it's nice to meet you, Jesus. But stop playing with me, dog. Ain't nobody God. Like, period. So I don't judge. So it's like, do I like what he said? Fuck no. Am I a proud black man? Am I gonna celebrate Terry Bollea the person? No. But did I grow up watching fucking wrestling? Yes. Was I a fan of Hulk Hogan? Was I a Hulkamaniac? When I was 5 years old, did I have a Hulk Hogan birthday party? Yes. And no matter how much these fake activists like be wanting to ride for they for the moment causes, you can't take that away from my actual existence and my journey. That happened in my life. You can't take that from me, no matter what.
I feel like part of it is just the culture of today with social media, the distraction, the rage baiting, right? It's like everybody comes online looking for something to be angry about.
Yes,
It's like my homie, he described it to me. He feels like it's like online road rage.
it is.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you're directing your anger towards somewhere else that has nothing to do. Maybe you just really unhappy with your own life or something like that. Because anybody that's really making real money is not online being upset about the smallest shit and stuff like that. Like, I get it. We all like to talk shit and comment about like what's going on in the culture and stuff like that. But to the level where it's not just for entertainment, where you like taking it personal, where you're like actually like, yeah, I want to pull up on you because you got a difference of opinion than me and stuff. Like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, it's not that serious to that
Not that
level, you
serious.
know?
None of this shit is that serious. Our own journeys is the only thing we need to be worried about. That's the only thing that's that serious. And I think you're absolutely correct. I think that the people that do that and be like outraged is like they're using social media to be a release for them. It's they're not happy with their boss, but they can't cuss their boss out. You know what I'm saying? They're unhappy. You know what I'm saying? They
Like, yo,
unhappy with
fuck you, Jon Connor, for what you said on
exactly.
Panda Chop. You know, basically, like it's crazy, bro. Because you see like some of the comments that people make online, and you're just like,
It's wild.
it's wild. Like you'll see like a mom making content with her child and be like, "You're a terrible mom. Fuck you. Like, what the hell you doing? You piece of shit." It's like, bro, like, you know what I mean? I hope your child gets sick. Like, that's insane, bro. Like,
That's what
that's
I
just
call, bro. That's what I
crazy,
call.
man.
They get that keyboard courage, bro. They get that keyboard courage. Like you would never say that to that person in real life. Like you know what I'm saying. So knock it off. I'm the type of person, bro. I say everything I want to say to people to their face. I had a rule in my rap crew. that if you started talking about someone who wasn't there, you had to call them and finish saying what you were saying to me about them while they were on the phone in front of me. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, I don't play that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I come from that era. Like, I'm not of this fucking social media shit where you get to be tough behind the keyboard and you get to be a keyboard gangster, a keyboard warrior. That's stupid. It's like, no, like, it's just weird. I think that, just to end on that point, that I think people use social media and use celebrities as they punching bags because they're not happy with things in their own life, and they're cowards, and they're not man enough or woman enough to say that shit to their boss at work, to their boyfriend, to their girlfriend, to their mama, to their child, to their whoever it is that's pissing them off in that moment. They use this shit as a release, not realizing that the people they talking about are actually humans too.
Yeah, man, for sure. And you know, the thing that you were talking about, how you would never celebrate somebody dying, regardless, right? If they were a good person, bad person, is just insane. I think that because of what you also added, it's kind of like we're just in a different culture now, where we came from a time period where if someone's dead, they're not there to defend themselves. Don't speak
Right.
on them. And it's reached
Period.
the point now where it's like, no, I'm pissing on their grave. I'm celebrating the fact, you know what I mean? Like, just like I'm attending the funeral in some instances, you know, like just to make sure they dead. Like, you've seen this crazy stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like, and
That is
and
weird. That's
filming it.
crazy.
Yeah, and filming it, you know what I'm saying? Like, or defiling their fucking gravestone. And like, just like, it's just like insane, bro.
Crazy.
You know?
Crazy. I can't even wrap my mind around that.
Yeah, me either, man. All right, so top 5 superheroes of all time.
Batman. Can I put the X-Men as one?
Yeah.
Okay, the X-Men. Iron Man.
Iron Man, just Iron Man, not the Avengers, just Iron Man.
So I could do the Avengers too. Now see, now here's
you said X-Men, so I'm like, oh.
So check it out. So Kanye West and Jay-Z together are the throne, right?
Right.
But that ain't the same as like Mobb Deep or Outkast. You feel me? You see the difference?
Yeah,
you feel
I
me?
see what you're saying. Yeah.
You feel me? The Avengers, they not like really like,
because Mobb Deep, they started together and they became who they became, obviously, right? But you're talking about two superstars joining forces. That's a different thing. Right.
You feel me? So
Yeah,
like the X-Men would be like Mobb Deep and Outkast, like they're the
I see.
X-Men all the time. The
Right.
Avengers are like a collab album. Like, you
That's
feel
true.
me?
That's true. Yeah. I like the way you broke that down. That's dope. That's a good point, man.
So I didn't feel comfortable saying the Avengers because then I'd be cheating. You feel me?
Yeah, that's true. That'd make it too easy. That would make it
that'd be too easy.
Yeah.
So I say Batman, the X-Men, Iron Man. Oh, what the fuck? Spider-Man. And I'm gonna
You
go.
ain't named nobody black yet.
Oh, this motherfucker Jon Connor done sold out. This motherfucker ain't say not one black superhero. This nigga done
in the
sold
comments,
out.
they gonna be like, I wasn't surprised after the Hulk Hogan clip.
Damn. I can't win for losing. God damn.
Wesley Snipes is shaking his head right now.
Hey, but hold on. And I'm not just saying this though. Wait a minute, damn. Oh, it's can the last one, can they share a spot?
Go ahead, yeah.
Blade and the Punisher gonna share that last spot.
That's a good one though, man, for sure. Blade is definitely in my top 5, man. Blade's dope. I feel Blade doesn't get enough props. Blade,
I agree.
The movie series with Wesley Snipes saved
Marvel,
bro.
Saved Marvel.
Bro, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? All right. Now, top 5 super villains. But actually, before that, I'm glad you chose Batman because I feel like these days everyone favors Marvel and they don't really say anything about DC anymore. So I was glad you said Batman.
Batman, I got the bat signal on my in my arm.
Oh.
But then I got Iron Man too right here. So But yeah, okay, yeah. But what the thing is, man, I just kind of feel like DC. That's a whole. We might need to do another interview
Yeah, I
just
got you.
just talking about that. But because yeah, I could go on about Marvel and DC for days. But top five supervillains. I gotta keep it real. And this, you saying just cultural impact or my favorite?
Your favorite. See,
Well,
because
two.
you can't. This is like the whole top 5 MCs of all time thing. It's like nobody
Right.
has the same metrics, bro. It's like it don't make sense. You know what I mean? That's why I always just say favorite. You know,
All
it's just
right. So if it's just based on me,
yeah.
Two-Face is my favorite villain of all time.
That's a good one.
Two-Face is and I'm gonna tell you why, because I feel like even the way that Christopher Nolan told Two-Face's story in The Dark Knight, it was like you empathized with Harvey Dent because how good of a person he was.
Well,
And
he
it was like,
humanized him in that movie,
yes.
right? And
And
then,
how,
and it also made you think about the duality of people.
yeah, period. You just said it. And I thought he beautifully told the story of Two-Face. And I think because Heath Ledger's performance is so legendary in that movie that Aaron Eckhart's performance sometimes get overlooked as Two-Face, I think he killed that shit. You know what I'm saying? Man, one of my favorite parts of The Dark Knight, like I said, everybody always talk about Joker's lines, and it was legendary. But Two-Face has some cold-ass fucking lines, too. When that motherfucker Commissioner Gordon, when he had Commissioner Gordon's son, and he had the gun to his head, and he was rubbing his hair, and Commissioner Gordon said, Harvey, please, don't punish the boy. Punish me. And Harvey looked at him and said, I'm about to. I'm like, let's go, dog. Like, bro, I'm about to kill your motherfucking son, whether you like it or not. Fuck you. So, all right. I'm sorry. It sounds harsh out of context. Y'all gotta go watch The Dark Knight. I in no way am I justifying killing kids, man.
Right.
It's in context with the fucking movie. So anyway, Two-Face, the Riddler, and by the way, I feel like Batman got probably the best villains rogues gallery.
I was just about to say that. I was like, yo, you look like you about to name all the fucking Batman villains.
Yeah, Two-Face, Riddler, Joker out the gate.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Two-Face, Riddler, Joker out the gate. Fucking Apocalypse and
Apocalypse definitely up there.
And
Galactus or Thanos or
yeah, I was just about to say Thanos, get my number 5.
Yeah. For sure, man. All right, well, let me ask you this. Do you think that Disney has ruined the MCU?
I think it got really murky for a second.
That's a nice way to put it. That's a nice way to put it.
It got real murky there for a second. And that hurt my heart too, man, because I would like to preface this by saying Batman and the Batman universe is my favorite superhero, period. But overall, I'm a Marvel guy over a DC guy. And like, yeah, I do. I think that it's just like any other it's just like any other situation. When you have higher ups that kind of aren't creative people start telling creative people how they should do what they do, I think that's going to mess up any product. Like, I kind of feel like Kevin Feige had a handle on things. And I feel like then when Disney started, at least from the outside looking in, it started looking like when they started to have an opinion or their opinion started holding more weight than Kevin Feige's, it started seeming like the vision got lost. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't understand truly what got them to the success levels that they got to. It's because just if you look at anything, like is if you have one person at the head and they have a vision and everybody subscribes to that vision, y'all are going to win. Whether that's Vince McMahon in WWE, it was one dude's vision, everybody bought into it and they won. You know what I'm saying?
Steve Jobs and Apple.
Steve Jobs and Apple, I got a vision. Now, come on, y'all. I need y'all. Like, let's go. Kevin Feige had the vision. And when you start telling visionaries how to restructure the vision, you lose sight. And I think that's how you lose your way. So, But I'm really praying that Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars get us back on track.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it sounds like it is because they're about to do the reboot and just kind of close the chapter on everything that we've seen thus far. So I think it got murky for a second, but I think with Doomsday and Secret Wars, we're gonna get back on track.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right. Should Disney purchase Warner Brothers and then they can have the crossover with DC?
Man, you know how that shit just stressed me out, dog, when you just said that. My initial answer is fuck no. Just leave well enough alone. Like it's just like, man, I just kind of feel like some things are just better left as good ideas, man.
Mm-hmm.
But we've learned in society that when you talk about corporations, greed knows no bounds, and I feel like greed be outweighing artistic integrity. And
I
so
don't think they would let that happen. I think they would make it. They would rule it that Disney has become too much of a what you call a monopoly. Because I mean, think about how many assets that they've purchased already. Right?
right,
It's just too many.
it's crazy.
Right? It's just ridiculous. But I don't know. Sometimes I feel like they push a little bit of an agenda in some of the things that ruin, and it kind of ruins it. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the later shows and things. But
Sure.
but I just feel like it's kind of crazy that Warner Brothers is even up for sale. I think Paramount was trying to buy it.
Bro, that's insane. I was today years old. Right now, I didn't even know Warner Brothers was up for sale until you just said that.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. That's why because it's actually been up for like about a month or if not longer. Like Paramount offered, I think like 50 something billion or something like that, or I forget. Like
Wow.
it's a lot of money. But the problem is that Warner Brothers is, and it's including HBO and all the other stuff that they have, Discovery, and it's the problem is that they're like 40 million in debt, 40 billion in debt or some shit like that. Like it's a lot. They're in debt a lot.
See, bro, that's how you know money is not even real. Like money is not even a real thing. What the fuck does 50 billion even look like, bro?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You feel me? Like who's the dude? Who's the dude that's like when like Warner and fucking Paramount or whatever, when you gotta purchase something, who's counting out 500 million, 5 trillion? Who's counting? Nobody counting that out. I feel like, bro, it's literally just figments of imagination at this point. It's literally just typing in numbers on a computer. This shit, money don't even, it's not even real, bro. 50 billion, bro?
Yeah,
the fuck are we talking about? That's crazy.
I think they want more though. That's why they turned it down. They're hoping.
Bro.
Yeah, it's crazy.
50 billion is a crazy ass number, bro.
But anyway, so in 2005, you released your first mixtape, right? Called "The Calling" Part 1.
That's hilarious. We just talked about all that shit. Now we gotta reel it back in.
I know.
Oh shit. I'm sorry I took us on that roller coaster. But look, just for anybody for clarity too, listen. This is my final statement on this before we go back to talking about my journey and shit. Racism is not cool. I love my people. I am a very proud black man, like to my fucking core. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying to y'all people out there, I'm not celebrating anybody's death. It could be a motherfucker who's racist to the core. I'm not going to celebrate their death. I'm just going to not acknowledge it and keep it fucking moving, because as a human, I don't think any of us have the right to judge people on that level. I feel like that's only God's responsibility. So that's clarity for anybody who want to be ignorant and stupid in the comments. All right, let's talk about rap shit.
All right. Yeah, so in 2005, you released your first mixtape called "The Calling Part 1," the prequel, right?
Yes.
And then Everybody Hates Jon Connor in 2006, and then "The Calling Part 2," the second coming in 2008. For these early mixtapes, what was your mindset for making them at the time?
I just wanted to make it. I just wanted to make it. I just want to outwork everybody. I want to lyrically be good enough. That's when I was studying Jay-Z and DMX and Tupac and Nas and 50 Cent and East Coast hip hop. That's around the time I started really getting deep into East Coast hip hop because I wanted to lyrically feel, because I had to sell my music hand to hand. So the thing is, like, I had to make sure the product was worth somebody spending that $10 on. So it was like, I gotta make it. I want to make music for a living. I'll do anything to get there. That's when I'm taking Greyhound bus trips from Michigan to Florida, passing CDs out and rapping at the bus station and all of that type of shit. So my mentality was just by any means necessary, man.
So what was the phases like in trying to find your sound and like who you were as an artist?
I think that me and the guys that I worked with at that time, shouts to Kevin Williams and Eric E. Rule Moore, who created the Calling Part One with me. Those are my brothers for life. We made that album in a 1-bedroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. Those are my brothers. Shit, we was broke together, we grinded together, and they believed in me, just on crazy levels. But the three of us were very much so influenced by the Neptunes, Timbaland, Kanye West, like the super producers of that era. So it's like we would listen to whatever the latest Timbaland, Neptunes, Kanye, Manny Fresh for me, Beats by the Pound for me. We would listen to our favorite producers and just try to make music that we felt like if we played it for them, they would like it. So that was the mentality going into creating those albums, is that we wanted to make music that the people that we respected.
Do you feel like the projects were well received to your expectations, or do you think that it deserved more recognition?
No, I think all of them did exactly what they were supposed to do, because I felt like each of them kept lifting me to another level.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Each project, I kept seeing growth. So that, and you got to think, I wasn't born in the industry. I was born in Flint, Michigan. I didn't have no industry connections. So it was like, if the Calling Part One got us on the internet and I started Googling Jon Connor, the Calling Part One, the prequel, and it pops up, that's growth, because there was no such thing as Jon Connor prior to that. Then Everybody Hates Connor. I started, I think the Source magazine did like a little blurb about Everybody Hates Connor, or the Calling Part Two, or whatever I was working on. So each project, there was growth that I could see.
Right. So in 2009, you link with Mateen Cleaves, former Detroit Pistons player, right? And you guys form All Varsity Music, which was a record label. What was that like linking with Mateen?
Growing up in Flint, man, it's certain people that's going to always be like hometown heroes and mainstays, and just names that are just cemented in Flint culture. Mateen Cleaves is one of them. MC Breed is one of them. The Dayton family is another one of them. Terry Crews is one of them. Clarissa Shields is another one of them. And so at that time, I was still very young.
Oh, wait, Clarissa's from Flint?
What, man?
I didn't even know that.
What? Listen.
I probably did know that. I just probably forgot it. But man, that's crazy. Because I know I saw. Why didn't you get her for your documentary, man? Come on.
I did. What you mean?
Was she?
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Did you? Oh, wait. You didn't watch? Did you watch the trailer? The trailer is on my website.
I watched all 4 episodes. I don't remember seeing
her. So look. So that's my fault. Watch the trailer. She's in the trailer.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I was like, damn, man, like that really slipped my memory or something. Okay.
Yeah. No.
On it. I was like, damn, you got Terry on this shit. This is crazy.
Yeah. No, Clarissa's in the trailer, but here's a cool thing about that. I'm about to start doing a lot of more content on counterculture. Just I have so much content, bro. I've been recording my entire life, and it's a web series I'm gonna do called Flowers, where I talk about my relationship with like a lot of people that I'm cool with and have close bonds with, and give them their flowers. And Clarissa's one of them. So the episode on Clarissa, man, you'll get to see a lot of cool shit.
I'm excited for that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but back to Mateen, right? So like you were saying that he's a hometown hero.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, absolutely. So meeting him at that time, like it was mind blowing. It was crazy. And what was funny is he had heard my album, The Calling Part One, and was like, excuse me, he was like, I've been looking for you, you Jon Connor. And so we just hit it off. My DJ gave him the calling part one at a barbershop, and he became a fan of the music. And then he met me at a show, and he wanted to help me, and that's how it started.
Wow, man, that's crazy. So, my boy Mark Hicks, former D12 manager. I just
Okay.
interviewed. Yeah, yeah, he did some work with y'all early on too.
That is what's up. That is crazy. Yep, 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 yep.
Yeah, man, that's
Absolutely.
crazy. So, what was it like working with Mateen during those early stages?
I felt like his determination was what mine was just in music. It's like our intensity level of determination was equal, and that's where we found common ground and mutual respect. And we both had a mentality of we will not stop until we win. So it was like we pushed each other. I with the music I was making, I pushed him to want to go harder at his role. And with me seeing how hard he was going for me in the clubs and trying to find opportunities for me, it made me want to not let him down and made me want to work harder so that he knew he wasn't wasting his time and we kind of both played off of each other like that.
Did he serve as your manager too, or just a business partner?
Yeah, he was at the so my first two managers were Mateen Cleaves and a cat named Young Sav, who was at one point the vice president of Maybach Music. He used to work at Def Jam Records. So
Right.
Young Sav and Mateen Cleaves were my first two managers.
How did you meet Sav?
Met Sav through a cat named The Real Slacker. His name is Ian Richards. He's a DJ. He's DJing in Miami now, but he was a DJ in Flint. And whenever bigger artists would come to the radio station, we were friends. So he would be like, yo, such and such is up here. You need to come give them your music. Such and such is up here. You need to come give them your music. So this particular day, Rick Ross was at the radio station, and Ian called me and he like, yo, Rick Ross is at the radio station. You need to come up here and give him your music. So I go up there. Rick Ross, much love to him, but he was, in work mode. And now that I've been in this shit so long, I know how it is. When you at the radio, you trying to handle business, get the fuck out, get to the hotel, wake up, catch a flight. You got other shit on your mind. But Mateen went and hollered at Sav because he was the label rep that Def Jam sent to travel with Rick Ross. So he was there that day at the radio station. And Rick Ross didn't give a fuck about my music, right? But Young Sav was listening and he was like, yo, that's you? And I'm like, yeah. He fell in love with the joint that he heard was this joint I had called Epic. He fell in love with it, and then we was rocking and rolling after that.
So he's kind of like the connection that happened where you were about to get the deal with Def Jam, but it didn't go through ultimately, right? Like in 2011?
Anything that happened with me industry-wise, yes, Sav was the conduit to that. You know what I'm saying? He was the mover and shaker, and like he's the younger brother of Fat Man Scoop, God bless the dead. Like, you know what I'm saying? So Sav was born into the industry. So we was like a three-headed monster. It was like my talent, Mateen's hustle, and Sav's connections and hustle. It wasn't no stopping us. And we all was equally as driven for the cause, like for real.
So what happened with Def Jam in 2011? Like, why did that deal not go through?
I'm trying to remember because, bro, I had met with like a lot of people at that time, so I can't remember. Maybe it just didn't feel right or something. Because like, here's the thing: at that time, I was 100% trusting Sav and Mo when it came to where I should sign, what I should do, when it came to business stuff. Because I knew enough to know that I didn't know enough about what a good deal was, a bad deal was. So if Sav said something didn't feel right, you know what I'm saying, then that's what I was rolling with.
Got you. All right. So in 2010, you released Jon Connor as Vinny Chase season 1 and then season 2. You're a big movie bluff, right? And into
Yes.
TV shows and all that. So you did these mixtapes because you were hanging out with some celebrities at the time and seeing
Yeah.
a lot of stuff. So you felt like the character. So can you talk to us about like that project, maybe some things you might have been seeing,
I think I was evolving at that time, man, just from looking at, like I said, growing up in Flint, I used to look at these people like they were superheroes, like they were inhuman. And now at this time, I'm starting to break in the industry. Like when my team first came aboard and became my manager, I can remember one of the first celebrities I ever like kicked it with on a human level was Chris Webber. Chris Webber wanted to sign me as a producer. So for the younger kids out there, Chris Webber, basketball player, played for the Sacramento Kings, played for the Golden State Warriors, played for the University of Michigan. Um, and he wanted to sign me as a producer. And I remember like that was like my first like wow moment. I went and spent like a week at Chris Webber's house, like making beats and stuff like that. So I would say just at that time, I started to evolve into understanding that artists, musicians, entertainers are still just humans at the end of the day. That was the biggest part of that transitional phase of Jon Connor as Vinny Chase one.
Well, because in the past you've described it, right? Like you was getting into crazy situations with people that you admired in the past. So
Right.
was it like situations in the club or like what was it exactly that made you feel like that?
Well, you might see somebody you looked at on TV and admired, and you see them in the club drunk and belligerent and falling over themselves, and you just like, damn, that's what they like in real life. Or you see somebody you grew up looking up to, and they disrespectful to women, like not even like because we all done had our moments or whatever of being dumb and young, but I mean just like just being an asshole, like so just those type of situations, man.
The mystique has been removed now.
Exactly.
Kind of like the
Yeah.
veil has been lifted, right? And now you're starting to see things for what they really are, but beyond the glitz and the glam and the cameras and the lights and all that.
Yeah, I call it the human factor. Like that's why it's so hard for people that aren't in show business to understand. Like when they see certain people, like when they see people get arrested or they see certain people, it's because they haven't been around that person to absorb their human factor. And the human factor is just who that person is uh when they're not performing their craft. It's like people that watch entertainment, like if you watch sports, you have an emotional attachment to them because you like they're making you feel something because of their craft, like you're watching them play the sport, but you don't know who the fuck they are, their human factor when they get off the court or off the field. As a musician, we make you feel a way while you're listening to the song, but you have no idea what that person's human factor is when they get out of the studio,
Right. Kind of like what we were talking about earlier, basically.
Yeah, like the Hulk Hogan shit again.
Yeah.
We might as well title this fucking interview John Jon
No,
Connor.
but for real though. And
Yeah.
I mean, what was your like first thoughts or reaction? Obviously not saying names, but like to experiencing that for the first time when you started to see things for what they really were.
You say that what was the beginning of the question?
Like what were your thoughts, during that time when you first started to experience seeing people for what they really were, where things were like, the mystique was like removed and everything like that.
It actually became one of the things that I enjoy the most about show business. I like seeing people's human factor. Like I don't like meeting other entertainers just because I admire their work, because it's like I respect anybody that gets to a certain level of success by staying dedicated to their craft, because you know what I'm saying? It takes a lot of determination and willpower to do that. So there's an automatic respect that I have. But what excites me about meeting other entertainers is your human factor is what sustains you. You know what I'm saying? Like your talent can get you to a certain point, but who you are as a person will decide where your life goes. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like the effect it had on me became like, okay, I can't wait to meet this person so I could see their human factor, so I could understand how they got here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, or how they became what they became. Because, okay, the talent, everybody's fucking talented. A wise person, God bless the dead, his name is Bernard Terry. He told me, he said, JC, you're going to make it. And I said, why you say that? He said, because you're a likable person. He said, you can have all the talent in the world, but if you're not a likable person, who's going to want to work with you? Don't nobody want to be around an asshole in the studio. So it's like people have to understand that as much as your talent can get you to certain places, who you are as a person is what sustains you. So I love seeing people's human factor, man, because it'd be like, oh, that's how you got here, man. Yeah.
So was it shocking for you at all when it first started, though?
Nope. I kind of took to it like a fish to water. It was like here's the thing. I've said this too at different points in my life. In school, I wasn't really a math guy, a science guy, or whatever. You know how sometimes in school people can just take to certain things. The game, show business, the industry, I took to it like a fish to water. Like, as soon as I got introduced to things, it was like, oh, this is how this really is. This makes all the sense in the fucking world. Like, oh, fuck. Like, why certain people are successful, why certain people aren't successful, why certain people get super famous and then disappear, why certain albums drop and certain albums don't. The human factor of the music business makes perfect sense to me. So it didn't necessarily shock me. It was like, now this makes sense to me.
Got you. Okay. So in 2012, you released the Blue album, which was a mixtape of you rapping over numerous Jay-Z beats from all the Blueprint albums, right? How did you come up with that idea?
I wanted to show the industry at that time that I wanted to be and mentioned in the same breath as the dope lyricists that I came up listening to. So I wanted to show the game that I was on that level, or that's how serious that I wanted them to take me as a lyricist. And at the same time, I wanted to pay homage and give respect to the artists that influenced me and made me want to do what it is that I do. And Jay-Z was definitely one of them, one of my biggest influences.
So this was a part of the whole Best in the World series, right?
Yeah.
Right. So and that was your way to pay homage back to the artists that came before you, which I think is like one of the best things you can do in hip hop is to pay homage to those that came before you, right? The people that laid the brick before you came along. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What do you think that you learned from Jay-Z from watching his career?
I learned
or what you took from his rap style, you know?
For one, authenticity. I always felt like Jay-Z was telling his authentic truth. You know what I'm saying? I also took and learned from Jay-Z, bet on yourself. Like, don't give up on yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a time period where, like I learned from Jay-Z, consistency is key. Because there was a time period where, in like this generation might not know that, but Jay-Z, he wasn't always that dude. He just stayed consistent until his time came and people caught up to, he was always making dope music, but it was like it took the world a second to come around to get on his wave. And once he had his wave, he capitalized on it. He put that motherfucker in a chokehold. So I learned that too, that when it's your time, like just stay consistent and just stay at it.
For sure, man. Then a few months after that, right, you released the People's Rapper LP, which was you rapping over Eminem instrumentals. How big of an influence was M on you?
I can remember just being a Michigander and just being proud, that somebody from the crib had took it to the levels that he took it to. And so, man, and yeah, just when he came out, wasn't nobody rapping like him. And if somebody in the comments, yes, it was a whole, listen, I'll put it like this. If it was somebody else rapping like Eminem, I wasn't privy to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So just his cadence, again, I think that's what make great artists great is their authenticity and staying true to who they are. Like Jay-Z is Jay-Z. He wasn't trying to tell nobody else's story but Jay-Z. Eminem is Eminem. He's telling his story. He's being his authentic self. And I think when people be trying to figure out like what makes a hit record or what makes an artist successful, I think that the common thread with with all of the biggest artists in the world is that they're just being who they are, and you're buying into them as a person, not just the music, them, who they are.
Right, absolutely, man. What did you learn from watching his career?
Um, what did I learn? That evolution and growth is inevitable as a human, and it's going to always manifest itself through the art. So embrace growth, embrace evolution, embrace the evolution of your art. Don't run from it. If you listen to Eminem's music, Slim Shady LP Eminem is nothing like Kamikaze Eminem. The things that we've listened to him grow the fuck up over the years. Each album, you can hear him growing up and as a man. You know what I'm saying? His conversations with Haley on the first album are way different than the conversations with Haley on the latest albums. You know what I'm saying? It's like you can hear the growth of the man through the art. So I think that's the biggest thing that I get from Eminem's career is embrace growth. Like, you shouldn't be like, I'm 40 fucking years old. I'm not gonna still be making songs like the Sarah song or fucking shit like that. Like, I look at things differently. So instead of running from it or you're gonna tackle a young fan base, shut the fuck up. No, I'm going to tell my truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell my truth, and whoever resonate with it, they'll fuck with it, and whoever don't. But I'm gonna be who I am, and I'm gonna create my art from the perspective of how I feel as a 40-year-old man, and I'm gonna give it to you. And if I'm still making music at 50, I'll be telling you what I feel as a 50-year-old. My birth father once told me some real shit. He said, your audience is always gonna grow with you. He said when Michael Jackson came out, he was like 7 or 8 years old. He said, I was 7 and 8 years old. So I was singing ABC because it was relevant to me. He said when Michael was a teenager, he was talking about Billie Jean. He said, I could relate to girls being scandalous as a teenager. He said, as Michael got older, it became Heal the World because he was in his 30s. He had seen more. He said, so every level Mike grew, I grew because we was the same age. People that's my age need a 40, that voice that was the Jon Connor voice that they were listening to when they were 18. They still need me to talk to them now. I can't abandon them and be still trying to talk like I'm fucking 18, 19 years old. The 40-year-old motherfucker that was listening to me when they was 20, they still need my perspective now. So that's why I make the music I make, man.
That's dope, man. So in the past, there was a little sibling rivalry between Flint and Detroit. How did the Detroit rap scene influence you?
I think the Detroit rap scene, like we like Esham and Flint. He is from Flint. I mean, if he's from Detroit, and we love Esham and Flint. Like we like I'm trying to think of other Detroit because like Flint, Detroit really like it was very separate for a long time. But I think how Detroit influenced me, personally, Denon Porter was one of the first people to believe in me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Shout
that
out
was a
to
person.
Denon, man. Talented
Yeah,
brother.
yeah, just a person that I wasn't from Detroit and he didn't know me, but he just reached out because he saw me working so hard and just wanted to pull me aside and give me game. So early in my career, Denon reached out. Early in my career, Royce has always been there for me, like at different times in my career. Man, shouts to Kid Vicious, who was like my brother. Love that dude.
Yo, shout out to Kid Vicious. I just spoke to him the other day, man. Yeah, he's a good dude, man.
Good dude.
Yeah.
Shouts to fucking Stretch Money. That's like my brother. Shouts to Valid. Shouts to Foulmouth. It's funny. In certain ways, Detroit embraced me more than Flint did at different times in different situations. So I got nothing but love for Detroit. Like, they've always welcomed me with open arms at every point in my career. I love Detroit.
Did you ever like venture off into battle rap like early on when you were younger?
No, I have too much respect for what they do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Then it's just like I feel about like singing. I would never call myself a singer, or nothing. Like I can vocalize, but it's like I know motherfuckers that can really do that. And it's like with battle rap, I feel like it is such a art form and such an amazing craft to be learned. It's like I know my lane. I'm a lyricist and I'm a songwriter. But what they do, I know I can't do that, man.
Right,
Like you know what I'm
right.
saying. But I got friends in battle rap. Shouts to Hollow the Don. Shouts to shit Daylight. Shouts to Averb. I think that Loaded Lux and Murder Mook are probably the goats, like you know what I'm saying, of battle rap of all time. But I just got done watching Loaded Lux versus Twerk. So yeah, I'll be watching. I'll be watching like that shit like professional boxing to me. I love that shit.
Yeah, for sure, man. And I like how like you pay respect to it, you know what I'm saying, and you don't underestimate it because like some people, you know, in the industry, they're just kind of like, well, I'm a lyricist too, so it doesn't translate the same. You know what I'm saying? Like it's kind of like people being funny on Instagram doing like skits versus when you hit the main stage and doing a stand-up comedy is different. You know what I'm saying? Like
True.
being funny isn't the same thing in both different environments, right? You
But see,
know,
I love the craft. Like I love lyrics. I love music. I love the spoken word. I love, art. And so to me, it to me it's like, I would think like an NBA player, they don't even have and one. Do you remember and
yeah, yeah,
one? The
yeah, I
and one
know. Uh-huh.
mixtapes? You remember
Yeah.
that? Shit, like or how cats will go down to Rucker Park or in New
Right. I was
York
just
or
about to say that. I was just about to
how they
say
would go to the
that.
ruck. It's
Yeah.
like right, like how you would have NBA dudes going to the rucker because it's like, yo, I'm nice. Like you know what I'm saying? It's like you love the craft, you love
I
the
mean, you
game.
you'll have some of the skill set obviously to do it, but it's still gonna be street ball is gonna be different from league ball. You know what I mean? Like there's
Yeah,
still gonna be a little bit of you adjusting to it. You know, and I don't think that
yeah,
people always keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Because like battle rap is not just like the lyricism, it's knowing how to pause at certain times. It's like telling a
yes.
joke, right? It's like
It's
when you pause
yes,
and you look,
yes.
you give a certain look or something like that. That's what you're playing off the crowd. You know what
The
I'm saying?
crowd
Yeah,
control, the
exactly.
lyricism, the showmanship,
Right.
the wordplay, the double and triple entendres, the fact that they have to study these people, like you know what I'm saying? The fact that they only get to use these fucking 4 minute long 3 rounds one time. So that means you gotta memorize this shit
Yep.
for however long, and then you gotta perform it, and you only get to perform it one time. Nah, I couldn't do it.
No,
I
love
couldn't.
I love how it's allowed battle rappers to be more creative because people aren't rapping on beats anymore. Because you know, back in
Right.
the day, they used to battle on beats, right? You know, like Eight
I
Mile,
was
stuff
in
like that.
that era where we had to rap to a beat.
Right. So like, but now it's like more Shakespearean with it. It's more like you can switch up the flows at different times and the cadences and everything like that, you know, in between your round, basically, you know, during your round. So I think that that's dope how you're able to do that. But yeah, there's a lot that goes into it that people don't always take account for.
That's a fact.
Yeah. All right. So late 2012 to early 2013, you start touring with Exhibit. Now, was this how you met Dre, or was it Fuzz that was working at Aftermath?
Bro, the fact that you even know that Fuzz is a part of the story is crazy. Bro, can I tell you, I really appreciate your attention to detail. And if I already said that in this interview, I can't understate how much I appreciate you knowing those details.
Bro, you know,
Just,
I made some calls too, you know, so I made some calls to some people, you know, give me little
yeah,
details, you know.
yeah, that's crazy. Cause
Yeah.
bro, that's the thing. Thank you. I'm gonna answer the question, but I want to take the time to say thank you for that. Because you know, y'all platforms, y'all are the bookkeepers of history, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? And a lot of times the history that gets told is based on the questions y'all ask, you know what I'm saying? And so a lot of history sometimes get lost in the shuffle just because not anybody's fault, but sometimes people don't know what to ask or who was involved or whatever, and things might slip our mind. Cause just the fact that you even just said Fuzz, like in regards to like Exhibit in that time period, that just reminded me of a whole bunch of shit. You know what I'm saying? About that time period. But yeah, that's how I met Dre though. I met Exhibit because his son, this is during the blog era where, Now Right, That Piff, Two Dope Boys, Rap Radar, all of those blog sites was really how you got on. And if you made your name on there, you was somebody. You know, if your name kept popping up every week on the blogs, then you know what I'm saying, people was gonna start giving you, you was gonna start buzzing. So Exhibit Son is who put Exhibit onto my music. And he hit me up and he asked me to come on the road with him. We went on the road. And I remember him saying when he always used to say, like, when I get a chance and when I get an opportunity, excuse me, I'm gonna look out for you. And at that time, like, I had been sold so much BS from so many different industry people, I really didn't think nothing of it. But my album Unconscious State that I dropped in 2013, which was the first album I ever had that charted on Billboard. And I just want to say it's crazy because I made that album in my mother's basement, you know what I'm saying? And it charted on Billboard. No payola. I didn't, you know what I'm saying, buy streams. There wasn't no bots back then. It was genuinely like I made an album that my core fan base supported to the extent that I'm on the Billboard chart. So that was a beautiful thing. So when Unconscious State came out and charted on Billboard, Exhibit reached out to me and he said, "Yo, I got an idea. I'm gonna let Dre hear your music." And he let Dre hear the music, man. And I was on a flight to LA the next day, man.
Wow, man. Yeah, I look at interviews kind of like the liner notes, bro. Like, you know how like people used to really get their credit. This is the person that mixed it. This person did A&R the record, this and stuff. I feel like a lot of times when people tell stories, they got to keep it short and sweet. And sometimes people don't get the credit they deserve. Like all the people that played a role in something happening, you know what I mean? So I know in the past I've heard you tell the story, but like it was mentioned Exhibit mainly, but through me talking to some people, I learned that Fuzz was, a part of the
Yeah.
situation as well, so I
Who
wanted
is
to
some
make sure.
people, man? Who was you talking to?
I can't reveal my sources right now.
Hold on, dog.
I'll tell you off camera. I'll tell you off
All
camera.
right, all right. Because I'm like, for you to know that Fuzz was around, and shouts to Fuzzy, man, because at that time, man, that was so funny, man. Like, Fuzz, for one, is just a solid dude, and he funny as hell.
Mhm.
So, he made me feel at home and made me feel welcome when I first got over there. Because when I first got over there, he was kind of like, Dre right hand when I first got there.
Right.
And so, Fudge just, man, he was so supportive. And I remember him bringing beats for me to rap on. And he was just super, super supportive when I first got there, man. And I always have love for Fuzz. Matter of fact, on my documentary, there's footage of the first time I rapped for Dr. Dre, and that's actually from Fuzzy recording it on his camera phone. Like, I had to hit Fuzz, like, "Fuzz, you still got that footage of me rapping for Dre?" He was like, "You know what? I do." And he went and found it. He was like, "Yo, that was like 2 phones ago. Let me see if I still got it." He still had it, man. So shouts to Fuzz, man. Like, I ain't got nothing but love for Fuzz, man.
Which is dope because, like, from what I've seen, or the word is like, people don't really record around Dre like that. Like, at least footage or like pictures and stuff, it's kind of really
Right.
lock and key, right? So when I
Right.
saw the documentary and saw that footage of you actually rapping for him, I was like, damn, he got that? That's crazy, man.
First time I rap for him in person, and that was Fuzzy's footage.
Wow,
Fuzz
man.
who pulled out the camera and started recording.
Right. So for the album Unconscious State, right, that was released July 2nd, 2013. And you had some heavy hitters on there, bro. You had Royce, right? Royce the 5'9". Shout out to Royce, man. You had Talib Kweli on there, your Detroit brother, Danny Brown, you know what I mean? Mr. Porter did some production on it too. Like, what was your whole mindset when you were making that album?
Well, it was a crazy time for me because it was transitioning from because it was a transitional time for me, because at that particular time, the crew of people that I was making music with, we were all going our separate ways. So it was so crazy symbolically.
Who you talking about? Like,
so okay, I had my crew, all varsity music group, you know what I'm saying, like, that I came up with. And so this was the cast that I was making music with. I had a production crew. We were called The World's Greatest Music. Shouts to them. And we all have talked since then, but shouts to all of them. It was Brandon Bars, Leah Mack, let me see, my cousin Cass Swift. Shouts to my cousin. I'm trying to think who else was part of my guy D Wayne. this cat named Josh Holloman. These were all people that came up with me in Michigan who were artists as well. Shouts to Link, shouts to I'm trying to just make sure I remember everybody. Man, Courtney Breckenridge, my little cousin Jeremy. Like it was just a whole. So anytime people would see me like at South by Southwest,
Right.
and these
They was
festivals,
the ones in the fatigues with you and
yes,
everything.
yes, these are the people. Yeah, these are the people that I'm naming. You know what I'm saying? That all of the people that were in the Army fatigues. And let me thank my sister Tanae Sims, my sister Lil Whitney. I just want to make sure, since you brought it up, that they get their recognition. Tim House, Adam Berryman. Man, it was so many of us. But that crew, you know what I'm saying? We were starting to all go our separate ways at that time. Damn, I really want to make sure I didn't forget nobody, because now to mention all of those people, and so anybody, if I forgot anybody, man, blame my mind and not my heart, man.
Right.
Like blame my mind and not my heart. But so yeah, so that album was kind of symbolic, because it was like that chapter of my life was coming to an end in so many different ways. Like I said, everybody was going their separate ways, and at that same time, I end up getting this call from Dr. Dre. So it's like those things were happening simultaneously. I make this album, it charts on Billboard. The crew starts internally breaking up. But then as one door is closing, Exhibit calls me and this whole other door starts opening.
So wait, you get a call from Dre himself, or you get a call from Exhibit?
So no, I get the call from Exhibit, and he's telling me what his call with Dre is going like.
Okay.
So
all right.
He's calling me, and he's.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, what was the first meeting with Dre like?
We went to this restaurant called Katana on Sunset, I think it is, in LA. And you got this beautiful view. The food was amazing. And I can remember sitting down at the table. I feel like we got there before he did. And I remember when he walked up, it was just one of the moments like, damn, that's the real Dr. Dre. Like, that's like, damn, like, that's the real Dr. Dre. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's him. You know what I'm saying? And it was cool. And one thing I think that people, I don't know, would be to say that they would be surprised by, but for the persona or the public image that I think Dre has, when you meet him in person, I feel like I guess depending on the circumstances you meet him under, he brings a very light-spirited energy to the room. Because the first thing I can remember is him smiling. You know what I'm saying? When we said what's up, and I'm a smiler too. So it was like, so as soon as we first met, it was like, what's up? What's up? Like, you know what I'm saying? It was all smiles from the first time we shook hands.
Wow, man. So like, you're not like a starstruck kind of person, right?
Nope. It's only a couple people left that I would probably get starstruck by.
But were you starstruck by Dre?
Nah. I was more like I said, because nah. Because so here's the thing. And not to just like I'm just cool as hell, like I don't get starstruck. Like, no. The thing is that at that time, my life had been progressively moving so fast that I was meeting a lot of people all the time. And I kind of felt like in my mind, the way I look at life, and I don't want this to cut. I hope whoever fucking watching this, I'm not trying to be arrogant when I say this, but what I'm saying is the amount of work that I had put in at that time, the next logical step was, in my mind, for me to meet a Dr. Dre, a Jay-Z, a Eminem. It was like, yeah, it's logical because I'm putting out a bunch of music. I just did the BET Awards. I'm on the, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I should be meeting the Dr. Dre's of the world at this point.
It was a natural step up the ladder, basically.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It was like, okay, I have been doing like underground shows for a long time. Okay. Then I progressed to now I'm on Shade 45. I'm doing radio interviews. I'm on Hot 97. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So now I move up another step. I'm going to the festivals. I'm doing South by Southwest. I'm opening up for Big Sean, and there goes Kanye. There goes Common. There goes Pusha T. So you feel me? So it's like my life was taking those steps to where at that point, when I met Dre, it was almost like, oh shit, it's really Dr. Dre. But it wasn't like, I don't know what to say, but I'm a very introverted person, like just by nature. But it was like, no, by the time I met Dre, it was just like, damn, that's really him. But it wasn't starstruck at that point.
So what was the meeting like? Like what did he say to you? Like, yo, you want to sign the Aftermath? Like, you want to work together? Like, what was it like?
The first words I don't know if these was the first words he said to me, but these is the first words in my memory that I can remember sitting at that dinner table at Katana, and he sat up and he said, "All right, young man, so what you want out of all of this?" That was the first words I can recall him saying. So, okay, young man, what you want out of all of this? And I remember my response was, and if people go watch my docu-series Road to Legendary, I tell this story the same way because it's how it happened. I said, have you ever heard of Flint, Michigan? And he was like, nah. And I was like, man, I am from a place where there's literally no hope. There's nothing to strive for. It's a place that just has nothing left. The spirit of the people has been beaten down so much that I just want to give them something to be optimistic about. I want to give them, a spirit of like, I want to rejuvenate the spirit of my city, of the people of my city, because I do feel like Flint, Michigan is a beautiful place, but I just feel like we got dealt such a bad hand that the overall spirit of my city just, I don't know if it ever recovered from just all of the things that has happened. So I just wanted to be a light to my city. And when he heard that, after that, he was like, I remember him smiling and saying, "Hey, you want to go listen to some music?" And then, and then I knew that meant I was about to have to rap. So it was like, okay, because I felt like it was like, okay, I hear your story and I fuck with your story. Now let me take you to the house and play this music and see if you can deliver as a performer, is what I felt like that was.
So what did you say? Hell yeah, that shit sounds dead right.
Nah, I probably said some real stereotypical Jon Connor shit like, let's get it. Like, I probably said some, you know what I'm saying?
You start impersonating Dr. Dre, you be like, hell yeah, Dre, that sounds right.
Man, that's so funny. The first time me and him was in a studio and I had to write something for him and I had to rap it to him. But I remember I was real nervous because I didn't know how he was gonna take it. I'm like, do you mind if I rap this in your voice? And he was like, nigga, I done heard everybody impersonate me. He was like, go ahead. He was like, nigga, you ain't the first person. He said, go ahead, do what you gotta do. So it was just funny that, yeah, like when I first started writing records for him to as a writer, for him to perform, like I would perform it in his voice. But I remember the first time I ever did that was the time I was nervous because I'm like, I hope he don't get offended if he don't fuck with my impersonation of him and shit.
It's funny because I asked Focus the same question, kind of similar, and shout out to Focus, man.
Shout out to Big Brother Folk.
Yeah, he has such positive things to say about you too, man. He says,
I love Focus.
Brother. Yeah,
that's my brother. I love Focus, man.
Yeah, but I asked him about Dre saying hell yeah, and he was all like, man, Dre told me I don't even say it that much, or I only said it one time, and everybody keep on saying that I say hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I thought that was funny, man. But before when you guys are at the restaurant, right? Like, who is there? Is Jimmy Iovine there?
No, I didn't meet Jimmy Iovine until like a couple weeks later. So at that dinner, it was me, Fuzzy, Exhibit, Dre, Martine Cleaves, and Kendall Young Sav Freeman.
All right, well, this is important. How expensive was the sushi?
With a motherfucker like Dre, he not even looking at the bill. Like, I don't know,
but you probably looking at the menu like, yo, this shit's crazy expensive, right? Because it's on Sunset. And sushi's expensive already.
True. You know what? I can't even remember, man. I just remember being so in the moment. I think maybe even, man, if I'm not mistaken, man, Dre might have pulled the boss move where he just knew to fly his shit to order and he had already ordered the shit and like all of us just ate. You feel me?
Wow.
Like, cause he already knew like the fly shit to order. Like, yeah, get you a couple of them. Eat that. That's good as hell. Like, I'm gonna have him bring on. Yeah, I think it was one of them type of situations where it was like almost like the motherfucking manager of the restaurant was, so Dre, should I get your usual? That type of situation.
Damn. So when you end up rapping for him for the first time at his house and everything, right?
Yeah.
Like the footage shows Dre's reaction,
Uh-huh.
right? What were you thinking when you were seeing his reaction when when you were rapping to him?
I don't remember seeing his reaction at all. My homies had to tell me that was his reaction because I had blacked out to such an extent that it was like, you feel me? Like
Right.
I didn't know that he was reacting like that because my homies was like, no, all while you was rapping, like he was going crazy. I'm like, for real? But I was so just in that mindset of, this is Dr. Dre. I want to impress one of the greatest producers to ever do this hip hop thing. And yeah, I was in a whole nother world. I didn't even realize that he was reacting. You know what I'm saying? Because immediately after what y'all see on the documentary and all of that, like it got real serious. So it went straight from me rapping to real serious.
What do you mean, like real serious? Like what happened?
So after, like when he'd be like, what? Bow, right? To the camera and he geeked and all of that. And I'm done rapping. He cut the music off. And then he just got quiet. And he was like, all right, Jon Connor, so what we doing? And it was just quiet. Like, so what we doing? What we gonna do? And then I was just like, I remember, like I say, young Jon Connor, let's do this. Let's make history. Let's go. Like, it was that. It was that. So it got real serious right after that. It was one of them moments. And then I remember him saying to me too, when we were sitting there, he like the people's rapper. He was like, I know exactly what you are. You're the blue collar, you're the everyday working man's rapper. He said, we don't got to change nothing about you. He said, the nigga that's sitting in front of me right now, that's what the fuck we're going to put on the album cover. And then we just got to having those type of conversations like immediately.
How long before you guys signed the actual deal? Was there a lot of negotiation or it was just like, it's pretty set?
Well, yeah, because it was a situation where it took a minute because there was a whole little situation between my management and Exhibit figuring out that thing. Then to go from that to then we had to figure out the aftermath thing. It was like,
what do you mean with Exhibit? For him to like a finder's fee kind of situation or what?
Yeah. Like we had to go through a situation like of trying to figure out, how that was like, what was going to be the way everybody was going to be compensated for what they did. So then, and then even on top of that, so after that, me rapping for him at the house, I can remember it vividly because these are the moments that kind of shaped a part of my journey. So he was going to like Asia or something like that with LeBron James and Kendrick Lamar, right? I'll never forget it. He was telling me he had to do something for Nike or something. It was some big company where he had to go. I feel like I want to say,
was it Beats at that time? Because he did have Beats.
I want to say it was Beats or something.
Yeah.
I want to say, yeah, it was it might have been for Beats, but he was going out of town, right like the next day after that happened. So he was like, he left me 14 records to write to. And he said, write to these. And when I get back, let me hear what you got. So these 14 songs was pretty much the defining moment of whether, we was going to go into business together or not. And when he got back, I remember him being like, all right, how many of them you do? And I said, all 14. He said, get the fuck out of here. Because he was only gone for like 3 days. Like, you know what I'm saying? So he was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm like, nah, I did. And I had wrote 14 records in 3 days. And that was like, and then he had to send those 14 records to Jimmy Iovine. So then we fucking waited for Jimmy to say whether he fucked with me or not. And then Jimmy gave the green light and then it was on.
So that's another thing that we have to remember, right? Like Dre has a lot of power, but still Aftermath is under Interscope. So Jimmy has to, at that time, has to co-sign it as well, whether he sees the star power, the vision, all that, which, obviously a lot of times they're so on the same level of respect for each other that usually he respects Dre's vision,
Yeah, man. And the way the story was told to me that I was the last artist signed to Aftermath / Interscope, because I believe Aftermath became, I don't know that Aftermath is still a part of Interscope. as new signees, because I feel
Mm.
like after me, King, Mez, and JT, I feel like they were just signed directly. It was almost like Aftermath slash Apple or some shit like that. Don't get me wrong, fact check me, but somebody has said to me, they kept saying like, I think you're the last artist that got signed to Aftermath slash Interscope Records.
Got you. Okay. So then at that time though, does Fuzz become a part of like your management team?
Man, the crazy part is, and I don't know what the situation was. I'm just going off my memories, but Fuzz kinda, I don't know what, but I didn't Fuzz wasn't around like a lot. Like I don't know. I don't like I said, I don't know what happened, but I know him and Dre still they was always still cool or whatever the case may be. But whatever role that he had when I first got there, I don't know that that was still his role as my tenure at Aftermath progressed.
Oh, so he never became part of your management. It was just like
Nuh-uh.
he ended up stepping away, right?
Yeah, but he was a part of a crazy conversation. If you ever run across him, this is some real shit. So the original plan for when I got to Aftermath was supposed to be, so my album Unconscious State. It was doing what it was doing. So you got to think, I got an album that's on Billboard as all of this is happening. You know what I mean? So Dre, me, and Fuzzy was at Dre's crib in Malibu, and the plan was, let's just re-release Unconscious State with 5 new songs. They was gonna treat Unconscious State kind of like a Section 80, like how it was like, it felt like an underground project, but really, you know what I'm saying, Dre and Interscope and them was like, they was fucking with Kendrick at that time. So it was like they put a little muscle behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? So that's what they wanted to do with Unconscious State. And so I remember me, Fuzz, and Dre being at Dre's crib, like talking about which songs from Unconscious State was gonna stay on the project, and what we were looking for as far as adding new records to it as well. So I do remember Fuzz being there for that conversation.
Because then he ended up leaving to work for Big Boy, right?
So that would explain it. Like I say, I didn't see, like, Fuzz was there a lot in the beginning, but then, like I say, I don't get in other people's business, so I didn't know what happened. But I knew him and Dre was still cool, because whenever, like, we'd go to like Jimmy house for a party or something, Fuzz would be there. Like, so it was all love. But I think, yeah, he went. So if that's what it is, then yeah, that's what it is.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, because I remember you've said in the past that Unconscious State was supposed to be re-released with new music on there.
Yep.
Do you wish that had happened?
Yeah, I think I wish it had happened in that scenario. Like,
Right.
now I'm of the mindset that everything happens for a reason. I think that everything that happens in life is not, there's no such thing as coincidence. But in that scenario, yeah, I think that we should have, stuck to that particular plan. But what had happened was, I made a song, I'll never forget it. I made a record called War of the Roses. War of the Roses. I try to make sure I enunciate. So the name of the song was War of the Roses, and it was featuring Marsha Ambrosia. And it was a beautiful song. It was just about a child's perspective on growing up in a single parent household. And Dre like made the beat. I recorded it with him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this was a legitimate, I was getting the school of Dr. Dre treatment, in the studio. And the song was so dope. I remember Dre being like, yo, this sounds like the beginning of an album. So it was like he felt like War of the Roses was so crazy that it was worthy of starting a new album, as opposed to it being an add-on joint to Unconscious State.
I hear you, man. And that would have been still dope, but it still would like I feel like your chances would have been much better of capitalizing at that time, right? Of adding 5 new songs onto there, because like your name's already buzzing. Now you got the Dr. Dre co-sign and everything, which actually you didn't announce until the BET Hip Hop Award Cypher, right? Right. So at the end of your verse, you said, y'all knew I was sick by now. My doctor is Dre, Aftermath. And you announced basically that you're signed to Dre. What was that moment like for you?
I think it was a cool moment. I remember Double XL did this thing where they put out like the top 10 freestyles of the night, and I feel like mine was like number three or some shit like that. I felt good. I felt good. Like the momentum of that particular run felt amazing. It was dope. It was really, really dope. It was really dope. You know what I'm saying? Like it felt really cool. It felt like a moment. For me, for the city, it was like validation for all of the hard work that me, Sab, and Mateen had put in, is what it felt like for me.
What was it like working with Dre? Is he really as meticulous and a perfectionist as people have described him to be?
You know, I've been asked this question, and I'm glad you asked me that, because I'll be wanting to say it in every interview, like because I see people do interviews and they'll say that. Here's the thing, man. If you just fucking listen to what he's asking you to do, then the session is gonna be fine. I like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be hearing motherfuckers have these stories about like, I had to say this certain word 3 million times. It was like, if you say it right the
Was that
first
Two
time, then
Chains? That was Two Chains that said that, right?
I'm not I'm not specifically just pointing at 2 Chains, because everybody's situation is different. I've just heard multiple people have similar stories. And my thing is, like, and I don't know, like, I don't have that experience. Like, I don't have that experience with Dr. Dre where it was like I had to do something so many times that he was frustrated. And I think, and I'm not shitting on nobody. I think that for me, for one, I just think, listen, like with him, he doesn't want you to put your spin on it. Do what he asked you to do, how he did it. He's going to mimic your voice exactly like how you sound. And he's going to tell you, hey, John, do it just like this. And he's going to do it. And all you got to do is mimic exactly what he just did. And y'all going to have a great fucking session. Like, you know what I'm saying? And so for me, like when I was sitting in that chair and be produced by Dr. Dre, I didn't have an ego to where I wanted to fight back, because it's like, this man been making records since before I was born. So everything he's telling me to do in this whole process, it's motherfuckers that go their whole life and never get to like work with a Dr. Dre level musical mind. So for me, it's like, I'm not in a position right now where I'm going to fight back. I'm going to just learn and absorb, and I'm going to take notes on everything that he's having me do. So one, just listen to what he's asking you to do. Two, leave your ego at the door. Don't think you know better. Like, don't come in, if you, especially if like you a younger artist, yes, have an opinion, if you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case. But 9 times out of 10, Dre got a vision for what he's trying to do, and he's going to ask for your input anyway. So just go ahead and see what he wants you to do. Do that shit, and then wait for your opportunity. But I think a lot of times people get in their own head when they work with him. I think that they're so in a headspace of trying to impress him that they take their eye off the prize of you know, just chill, just relax, just have a good time. It's supposed to be fun. Cause I've seen that motherfucker Dre cut the beat off on people and walk out the studio and not come back because they wasn't listening. I've seen him get frustrated and just be like, just fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just all that just because somebody just wasn't listening. Just because they're not paying attention to what he's asking them to do. So I didn't see it
That
all.
must be awkward.
Man, bro, I was in, I was around for a lot of awkward shit, man. But I will say, just to answer your question, yes, he is meticulous about things, right? But it's not, it doesn't have to be as painful as people sometimes people describe it as. I think you know, just take directions. Just learn how to take. He's a producer, so allow him to produce you, and you're gonna be all right. Here, I'll share this too, because this is some shit that I don't normally get to put out there. So I remember one time, you see how like when I tell a story about Dre, I'll go into his vocal tones, right?
Right.
And that's something I've done since I was a little kid. No matter who, I've always done that. I've always paid attention to people's vocal tones.
Yeah, you done the Jimmy Iovine one too.
Yeah. Jon Connor. So,
shout out to Jimmy.
And all love to Jimmy. I mean, he's always been a sweet person to me. Like, always was good vibes. But I kid and just. But I was gonna say, so we were sitting at the mixing board, And he did that to me. I had never had nobody mimic my voice to me. You feel me? And he was like, yo, John, what if you did it like this? And he did my voice. And I was like, dog. I'm like, how do you know how to sound like me better than me? And then and he was like, John, it's just vocal tones, man. He said, you gonna get it. He said, you get it now. You just don't know that you get it. And I was like, and it's times now when I'm working on music, I'll hear Dre in my head saying that shit. It's like, damn, he saw it in me. I just didn't know. I just didn't realize the full potential of my gift at that time.
Wow, man. And because I know somebody in the comments is going to say this, I'm assuming you can't say some of those stories that was awkward where he walked out.
I could say the story. I just won't say the name.
Okay. Can you share that?
I remember it was an artist in there. I remember, man, it was an artist in there, man. All love. It happened. It's the truth. Like, that's the thing. You can't hide
Can
from
you
the
at least say the region that they're from? Just so
No.
Okay, all right.
No. But they in the studio working, and you could tell that this artist was like excited that they was working with Dr. Dre. And Dre telling the artist, like, okay, do it like this. And the artist is like, I know exactly what you want me to do. I know exactly what you want me to do. And then Dre like, okay, so do it like this. And then the artist is like, okay, Dre, I know exactly what you want me to do. I know, but the artist is fucking up every time that they're saying, I know exactly what you want me to do. Now, us that know Dre, we seeing Dre get more and more fucking agitated. It's almost like Bruce Banner when he about to become the fucking Incredible Hulk. Like, you can almost see this nigga breathing heavier every time every time the artist ain't paying a fucking attention to what he's saying to do. So like Dre, like, listen, now he talking slow to the artist. He like, do it just like this. And the artist is still, I got you. I know exactly what you want me to do. Man, that motherfucker Dre cut the music off and said, you don't know what the fuck I want you to do because you won't fucking listen. And then he got up, got the fuck out, slammed the door, didn't ever come back.
What was everybody's reaction?
I remember, and if you ever run into Focus again, he probably remember this story because I remember and you gotta think, I'm new at Aftermath, so I'm looking around like, does this happen often? Like, is this, is this?
Focus probably turned to you. Welcome to Aftermath.
Welcome to fucking Aftermath. But that wasn't a regular occurrence. Just so motherfuckers in the comments this motherfucking Dre was tripping. No, that didn't happen all the time. It was a moment. It was just a moment. But it was a funny ass story, dog. And I was there. I was a fly on the wall for some crazy shit. But just like that situation right there, if the artist would have just been paying attention and not been in their own head, then they would have had a better experience with him.
Right.
But I think that they were so focused on, I want to impress Dr. Dre. You impress Dr. Dre, you impress the Jay-Z's of the world, you impress the Eminems of the world when you just fucking relax. Do what got you there and just chill. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be there if you wasn't supposed to be there. So you don't have to go out of your way to impress them because you wouldn't be there if you wasn't supposed to be there.
Right. So what was the artist's reaction?
I remember the artist was just like, so is he coming back or are we done for the night? And then I can't remember who said it, but they was like, I think we're done for the night. That's a true story. It's a true story.
Oh my God, man.
It happened. I saw it. I was there. I saw it with my own two eyes.
All right, well, I wasn't going to ask you this before, but let me ask you this because you brought up let Dre produce you, right?
Yeah.
So Dre gets a lot of criticism about like, oh, he don't really be making all the beats. Oh, like he don't really be doing all the work and stuff like that. Like he don't deserve the title as the best producer in hip hop and all that stuff, right? So what do you think about that? Because I've always thought of Dre as more of like, he's like the conductor of the orchestra. Like he'll tell you like, yo, play it like this over here, do this. He'll know like how to add like little things like that executive producer mindset, the vision of seeing it all together, right? Like maybe he doesn't do all the keys. Like he tells Scott Storch like, yo, play the keys here or whatever, or he does like, he has a whole vision, right? Do you think, what do you think about that criticism that he gets?
I think for me, I was always taught there's a difference between a producer and a beat maker. You know what I'm saying? And to me, because I went to Full Sail, and they even used to teach us about like what the actual role of a producer is, and it's the person who sees the record from start to finish. You know what I'm saying? So that means, Dre might you might turn in a whole beat, but then he might be like, make this sound, that sound, make this, turn this snare drum into that. This break should be right here. So I feel like Dre is a composer. He's what the textbook definition of what I always thought a producer was. You know
Like
what I'm
Barry
saying?
Gordy or something like that, right?
Yeah, like Quincy Jones or Barry
Yeah,
Gordy, like how
exactly.
Quincy Jones, in them Thriller sessions was composing and orchestrating, you know what I'm saying, the music behind Mike and seeing the whole project through and all of that type of thing. So I think that Dre is a producer in that sense. And still, we can't discredit the fact that you gotta talk about like back in the NWA days when he definitely was touching the beat machines, you know what I'm saying? And definitely, scratching over records and composing these entire albums. So I think that Dr. Dre is a producer in every sense of what the textbook definition of a producer is. And when it comes to the album we was working on, though it didn't come out, he cared from the like. It's like, let me hear your intro. You need to add something here. Maybe your vocals need to be different here. I don't know if I like this song. I don't know if I like bars 8 through 6. I don't know if I like bars 8 through 12. Like, to me, that's a producer. When you care from beginning to end about the entire song, about the entire album, about the entire everything. I'm talking about he was involved with my shit even down to what I wore on the cover of Double XL. You know what I'm saying? Like it was care. There was a genuine, I'm pouring in all of the information and knowledge that I have of being around this business for so long. I'm trying to pour that into this project and I'm trying to add that to the picture that you're trying to paint and present of yourself to the masses. So when I hear that, I'd be like, it's a difference between a producer and a beat maker. And I think that Dr. Dre is truly a producer. He's a producer's producer. He's going to sit there. He's going to give you the harmonies to say on your hook. He's going to tell you if your fucking bars was whack. He's going to tell you if he heard that metaphor you said before. He's going to sit there. So to me, now that I'm stepping into like fully being the producer I've always wanted to be, and I'm producing an artist by the name of Nikhil Johnson. She's an R&B artist. So it's like, I get it because there's certain records on her album that though I didn't make the beat, I added the string section, or I took out the piano and put in strings, or I had her do a harmony and added violins over the backdrop. It's like, shit, I better give my co-producer credit for that because shit, I put in work. So it's like, Dre make it to where, if you turn in a beat, he's going to take it to another level. So for that, I say that Dr. Dre is definitely a producer in every sense of the word.
Do you think that it's more of an issue because it's hip hop? Because like in another genre, it might not be as big of a deal. But in hip hop, they're more particular. I feel like a lot of times we're more particular. Like you got to fully write your own rhymes, or like you know what I mean? Like when it comes to certain things like that, where people don't look at it like it's a team effort, or like, because like what you described for Dre, he's like a real curator, right?
Correct.
Of everything. Like you said, the whole vision of what you wear and what all that.
Correct. Yeah, I think it is a hip hop thing because I definitely don't think, pop. I don't know if pop artists be getting asked this question. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's definitely a hip hop thing, and sure. it just come from, and you know what? It comes from. I think it comes from the fact that in hip hop we had to all sit down there like. Even if you didn't make music, what you view a producer as being is when your homie was on Fruity Loops and you watched him put everything on there. You know what I'm saying? It's like in hip hop, we come from nothing. So it's like you had to do everything. We didn't know it was such thing as composing. We didn't know it was a such thing as curating or putting musicians together because everybody in hip hop 9 times out of 10 come from the hood. And it was one person or two people sitting in a basement or sitting on a computer and they had to do everything themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like RZA had to do all that shit himself. Manny Fresh had to do all of that shit himself. Kanye in the beginning, he chopping up the sample himself. He had to, but by necessity. But then as you grow in your art form and in your craft, you understand that being a producer is more than just doing that. It's like, but we didn't know that because we are all put in situations where you probably didn't live next door to a motherfucker that played a guitar or trumpet or whatever. But then when you get into the game and you get around these other musicians, you start learning that there's so much more to being a producer. You know, there's actually just having a vision for the entire body of work. So I think it is a hip hop thing, but I don't think it's our fault. I don't think it's our fault that we judge things so harshly. I think that is just because hip hop was birthed out of a you know, it was the circumstances that hip hop got birthed out of. We just weren't aware of all of these other things in the grander scale of the music business. You know, we just wasn't aware to that shit.
Yeah, and you know what? Like, it's like, for example, like you brought up Quincy Jones earlier with Thriller, right?
Yeah,
He didn't know how to play instruments, but he knew how to arrange. He knew how, like, what would work. You know what I'm saying? But he doesn't get the same criticism that like a Dre would get, right?
uh-huh.
But he did the same thing. He had the vision. He was producing it in that way,
Correct.
you know. And I feel like with Dre, like, people need to realize that there's no mistaking that if he needed to, he could get back on the MPC, do everything himself if he really needed to. But it's like he keeps a good amount of musicians around him, and he's always working on so much at one time, though.
You know, one thing that I learned by being around him, I didn't know that he could play the keys the way he can. One day he sat down at the piano and just started playing, and I'm like, really? You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know. Drake nice on the keys. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he really is. So yeah, you're definitely right. If he wanted to, like, he could. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a fact. That's a true statement.
So in 2014, you released the mixtape, The Late Registration of a College Dropout Who Had a Dark Twisted Fantasy of 808s and Heartbreak. I'm
Yeah,
assuming Kanye had a big influence on you.
yeah. That's Kanye West is that's for me, that's probably the most influential producer on my uh yeah. He probably the most influential producer on me as an artist. You know what I'm saying?
Is it a Midwest
Like,
thing? Like,
um, I think it was. I think that I came up listening to soul music. I think that out here, shit, I ain't even got a guess. Like, this is good. This is good. You asking me shit I ain't never got the answer, which is really cool. And I'm sorry that I keep saying that, but it is really cool. So what it is at the time, bro, in Flint, I was like the only rapper producer around. You know what I'm saying? So for one, I identified with Kanye for being a rapper producer. Then I went to private school. So the shit that Kanye West was wearing, like Polo, Abercrombie, fucking you know what I'm saying, Gap, that's the shit I had to wear. That was the dress code at the school I went
oh, you
to.
was popping your collar up too?
Dog, you feel me?
Ever since I've been
Hey,
popping my
we all gotta
collar
fess up to some fashion flaws, dog. But I definitely was, dude.
You had the
So
starch and everything. You had
you
that
feel me? And it was just like, to me, it was like, that's funny as shit. But like, I think that, you know, just fashion wise, it was. And then you got to think too, in hip hop on a grand scale, as far as mainstream, you know, gangster rap was what was dominating for the most part, and you had to be a tough guy and all of that type of shit. And Kanye wasn't that. He was just himself. To me,
Mhm.
Kanye West was the first rapper that was just himself. It was, I'm not a tough guy. I'm from Chicago. I ain't no pushover, but okay, I am conscious because I care about my people, but I am flawed. Like, I do like to wear jewelry, but I do care about black folks. I do. It's like, yes, a motherfucker that's just human, who's not a tough guy all the time and ain't talking about selling dope and all of that type of stuff. So for me, it was like, yeah, Kanye was yeah, that was yeah,
E-
for
e-
me.
Even though Graduation wasn't my favorite album out of his, because I really liked the first two albums like the
You
most,
know,
I felt like. But Dark Twisted Fantasy was crazy too, you know. But like, I felt like when Graduation beat out 50's album in sales, remember when they had the competition and everything?
I do. It was September 11th.
Right.
Yep.
It was a shift in hip hop at that time where it was like,
Yes.
it was crazy, right? Because it's like all of a sudden, hip hop tends to go like in circles of like with everything, like fashion and right. You know what I mean? Like, and there was such hardcore music during that time, that G Unit reign, that people were ready
Yes.
for a change, right? Because 50 and G Unit flooded the market and everything. It was
Yes.
just everywhere. Video games, what they had their own groupie porno shit. You know what I mean? They had like
Yeah.
everything, vitamin water. It was everywhere, right? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So then it was like when Kanye won, it was like, man, that was the shift in music at that time period. And it bred like so many different styles and so many artists after the fact, so it's like, even though he's so controversial and like he's had his moments, like his influence is undeniable.
Undeniable. I
Right.
think in 2025, people be having revisionist history. It's like we cannot forget, the impact that this man has had and continues to have on music. And I think honestly, if I could throw it out there, I think Kanye West is the man. Damn, do I want to commit to that statement? I might say for me, Kanye West is the greatest hip hop rapper, producer, and probably just for me. I'm saying, look, everybody in the comments, to me, Kanye might be the GOAT. Yeah, Kanye the GOAT. Like for real, I feel like totally original, changed the sound and landscape of hip hop in so many different ways, was willing to take chances. Shit
His
went from
vision,
rap.
though, remember when 808s and Heartbreak came out, a lot of people criticized that, right?
They did,
But
and
he
now and
saw
now
the
people love
sound.
it.
He saw the sound
Yeah.
ahead of his time. He was ahead of his time, right? Because then all of a sudden, when you do go back, that album slaps, bro. Like, you know what
It
I mean?
do. But see,
Yeah.
that's the thing, man. It's like I'm gonna keep it real, man. There are those people that are like a Kanye West. I'll put myself in the category in the sense of I feel like I can sense when things need to change or sense what's next. Because real shit, another aftermath era story. I tried to tell everybody in the studio that Cardi B was the next one, and nobody in the fucking studio would listen to me. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then when she blew the fuck up, I looked at the motherfuckers like, word. Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like with Kanye, he was always like ahead of everybody. Like, and I think too, that just comes from him. I think with him, it's about the music first. With that era that we talking about, it was about the music first. It was just about making bomb ass music, and I think he cared so much about his art, and that's what I feel like won in that when that showdown happened. It was like, now let's turn hip hop into, just as he's still there.
Yeah.
Let's turn hip hop into just as respected musically of a genre as pop music, as soul music, as R&B music, as alternative music. And I think he did that,
Do you empathize with his story? Because I feel like the thing that really affected him the most was when his mom died. And I feel like that was like, man, like he was just never the same after that. Like he made some amazing albums after she died, you know what I mean? But it was like it really took its toll on him.
So in what way do you like, because I feel like he probably was affected to the same extent that any of us would be affected if our mother passed away. And I've never met Kanye personally to know what he was like before and after, but just from a public standpoint, sometimes I feel like people use that as a scapegoat to justify why Kanye is like has an extreme opinion sometimes.
Right.
Because I look at it like, sometimes I look at it like he was that way before his mom died though. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I just think people, just because now more eyes were on him, it became, oh, he's acting crazy because his mom died. He was like that before his mom died. He said George Bush don't care about black people before his mom died.
Right. That was what, 2005, 2006, right?
Yeah. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, if you go back and watch Kanye West interviews, there's mad uncomfortably awkward times where he's saying wild shit. And I just think the more famous he got, he's still the exact same Kanye West. It's just he's in bigger scenarios now. He has bigger George Bush don't care about black people moments. It's like, but he was doing that back then. So
Mm.
sometimes I'd be like, I think that yes, he was affected, just as much as any of us would be. But I don't think that his mother passing is the reason why Kanye West does the things that he does. I think that's the reason that people try to justify in their mind of why he has an opinion that's different than theirs. Because when Kanye was doing the same wild shit, but everybody agreed with it, oh, he's a legend. This is history. But now if he's saying something that you don't particularly like, it's because his mom died. And I'm not saying you personally.
Right.
I'm saying that became the narrative. As long as he's doing wild shit that you like, then yeah, he riding. He's an
The
activist.
Taylor
He
Swift situation.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, we love Kanye. He stood up for Beyonce. But then if he say something you don't like, he crazy. Lock him up. It's because it's like, yo, no. To me, Kanye West is the same person who has the same agenda that he's had since day one, like that I've seen, like since I've been watching the trajectory of his career.
But you don't think that it comes across as a little more erratic now? Or do you think that's played into? He plays into it?
No, I don't. Because here's the thing. So here's the difference, right? I graduated from high school in 2003. So Kanye, 50, you know what I'm saying? Jay-Z, that's my era of fandom, right? So I'm watching Kanye from back then. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, I don't think that. I think go back and watch when he was like on MTV back in the day. There were those uncomfortably awkward moments back then. It's just people were, oh, that's just Kanye.
I pay for this footage.
Yeah.
I pay for this footage.
Right. You feel me? It's like these moments were happening then. Humans are funny to me because it's like, nah, it's like now that he's famous enough, I almost feel like people feel like because he's so famous, that part of him should have got tamed or he should have stopped being that way. It's like, no, I respect it because it's like that's the same guy that I remember seeing in 2003, 2004 in interviews saying wild shit. It's just that he's richer now and he has bigger things to have an opinion about.
So let's make sure, because in the comments someone's gonna be like, what do you mean you respect it? You respect the racist stuff or the anti whatever stuff that he says? So you're saying that you respect that he's the same way. You're not saying you're respecting his views per se.
Right. I respect that he's the same way. Of course, I'm never going to. Anybody, man, people in the comments is fucking funny, dog. If y'all really think I would like sit here and ride for somebody saying anything hateful or hurtful, you crazy. What I'm saying is I respect somebody who has consistently been themselves. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, money didn't change them, fame didn't change them, for better or worse. Like, you know what I'm saying? Whether we like it or not. The Kanye West that I used to watch in interviews in 2003 is literally just the richer version of the same person that I used to watch back then. Like, it's the same dude. 2025, 2003, literally the same person. He just got more bread now, and his opinions are on like a megaphone to a wider audience now. So yeah, to the people in the comments, yes, I do respect people that stay consistent in their behavioral patterns, and I respect people that are who they are and don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And so yeah, so that's how I feel about that.
At least you know where you stand with them then.
At least you know where you stand with them. You can't please everybody. And listen, in the comments, let the first perfect person cast the first stone, dog. He who is without sin cast the first stone, dog.
All right, so 2015, the Compton album comes out, and you appear on 2 songs, One Shot, One Kill with Snoop, and For the Love of Money with Jill Scott and Anderson .Paak, right?
Yes.
What was it like working on that album during that time with the movie and everything?
So couple cool things was Dre used to always have us come to he would invite us sometimes on set. So that was really cool. That was my first time really being on like a Hollywood set and like seeing how a big budget movie was, is made. Shouts to F. Gary Gray, who directed Straight Outta Compton.
Amazing.
I love Gary, man. Another unknown story is when I first got to California, I think I stayed at Gary's house for like 3, 4 days, and we made Dre a song for his birthday. That's a whole nother story. So shouts to F. Gary Gray, man. Such a dope dude. But that was cool. And people got to remember around that time, I'm working on my album. So it's like I'm at another studio working on my shit, and Dre is at Record One working on his shit. And it was a very interesting time. You know, that's when Justice and King Miz, you know, started coming by around. And just the energy around the studio was real dope. Every day it was somebody coming over there to come listen to the music or come watch. And also Dre would show us what they shot that day of the movie. We would watch that shit together in like the living room of the studio. Man, it was very interesting. It was just a very interesting time because I battled with I was happy that album was coming out because I felt like, okay, if Compton actually comes out, then there's a good chance my album is probably gonna come out. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I was feeling good because there was a momentum and there was a conversation me and Dre had where he was like, yo, after this album, it's on you, like it's on. So I was happy, like, you know what I'm saying? I was happy for me, Justice, and King Miz, that we were these 3 young artists who have been doing it for a minute, and we was about to get this amazing look. I was happy for Dre, you know what I'm saying, for him to be putting out some music because I know people were clamoring for that. And he seemed like he was in a really happy and good space and happy about the people around him. So it was just a good time, man.
Yeah, because during that time, you were also considering wanting to leave Aftermath too, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. Because what's crazy, and it's that conversation. Me and him was in the hallway, and he was like, John, after this, it's on you. And he said to me, he was like, yo, he was like, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? That he was like, you've been chilling in the cut. You've been waiting. He was like, I got you. It's all good. Because, yeah, I was really considering it. I remember I was on the phone. I used to be on the phone with my manager at the time, Mo Cleaves, and my other manager, Young Sab. And I used to be like, man, I think it might be time for me to go. Like, because it just don't seem like, it just seemed like, the attention is kind of everywhere, and I don't know the actual possibility of this record actually coming out. So yeah, I was thinking about it at that time.
Because you were okay by the time Compton comes out, you had been signed for about 2 years now.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right. So like when you started when you first started considering leaving, you were signed for like what, like a year and a half, a year? Or...
Yeah.
So what was it about that was just making you feel like the focus, like the attention shifted from you to being on something else?
Well, because I feel like it went from having a plan to now let's have this new plan. So now the plan is getting fuzzier and fuzzier and more blurry by the day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's almost like, you know, we came in and we were going to put out Unconscious State as, you know what I'm saying, like a re-release. But then it changed from that to why don't we just make your album right now? And then now we start working on the album, but now we're working on Dre's album. So now the attention is split. You know what I'm saying? And now it's like, okay, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? Because now his attention is getting pulled away, you know what I'm saying, to movie stuff and all of the things that he has to handle as Dr. Dre, the artist, the film producer and all of those things. At the time, my 2 managers, they had other obligations as well. So one of my managers, Martin Cleaves, he was a sports broadcaster. You know what I'm saying? On I believe it was CBS Sports at the time. So he wasn't there all the time with me, so he would be traveling. Then my other manager, Kendall Freeman, he was the vice president of Maybach Music, so he was traveling all the time. So I kind of just felt like lost in the sauce. Like I felt like at that time I was nobody's priority. You feel me?
Right. So during that same year, you also appear on the documentary 2.5, right? On the song Moment of Violence. How did that song come about?
Game came to the studio, I feel like, to do that song that's on the Compton album.
Right.
The song he got on the Compton album?
I forgot the name of the song, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Damn, I wanted to say the name of the song just then. But me and Game had met a long time ago in Flint. And so when he was in the studio at Aftermath, I walked in the room and I was like, man, just another day in Compton. Yep. So I tapped him and I was like, hey man, I don't know if you remember me, but we met a long time ago. And he was like, yo, do I remember you? And he was with a young lady and he was like, I met this motherfucker in Flint, Michigan. He said, do you know where the fuck Flint, Michigan is? And then she was like, no, he was like, this nigga's from the grimiest motherfucking, the grimiest motherfucking city in the world. He like, nigga, what the fuck? So he gave me like the loving embrace. And he like, yo, and he said to me, he was like, yo, if I met you in Flint and I'm seeing you again in this motherfucker, man, take my number, dog. So we exchanged numbers, and I always had love for game, man. And he definitely always gave me game anytime we crossed paths with each other. And how that song came about was him and Dre was working on it in the studio, and then I had wrote some things to it. So did King Miz and so did Justice. And that's how it came to be. Because him and Dre was already working on it. And I think that Moment of Violence song was originally for Compton. Like, you know what I'm saying? And that's why we were all working on it. But then Compton got completed and then it ended up on Game's out.
Wow, dope, man. Shout out to Game, man.
That's the Game, man. Solid dude, man. He took me to a strip club in Detroit. I don't know if he remember that, but he definitely did. I was young as fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? And he came through. And yeah, we kicked it. It was me, him, a couple of the homies, man, and he showed us a good time. It was dope, man.
This was before the Dre deal?
This is way before the Dre deal. I might send you the picture, dog. Like, I'm young as fuck. And I'll never forget it, too. Because I was starstruck when I first met the Game. And one of his homeboys was like, hey, this nigga starstruck. And pointed at me and shit. And I was like, oh, they can tell I'm starstruck. This is crazy as hell. Because I grew up a fan of Game. And I definitely was, man. I definitely have always respected Game as an artist and as an MC, man. But, yep, if I got signed in 2013, that shit, me and Game and Mo and them and the strip club, that's probably 2010.
Wow. Okay. So how did
Yep.
you cross paths?
So I had a homeboy in Flint. He worked at the radio station. Shouts to his name is Ian Richards. He's a DJ now in Miami. And anytime artists would come through the radio station, he would call me because he believed in me. So he would be like, yo, such and such is at the radio. You need to come give them your music. Such and such is at the radio station. So anytime it was like a big artist that came to the radio, he would call me and I'd come up there. So when Game came up there, he called me and that's how we met.
Wow. And then he just randomly like invited you to the strip club.
Because he heard the music and he fucked with the music. And then him and my manager at the time, Mo Cleves, they got to chopping it up. And it was just love vibes. And he like, yo, I'm gonna fuck with y'all. Y'all come fuck with me at the strip club tonight. I'm gonna do an appearance tonight. Y'all come fuck with me. And it was real. And we came through and it was love.
That's dope, man. All right. So in 2016, you released the song Fresh Water for Flint with Keke Palmer.
Yes.
Of course, talking about your home and the quote unquote water crisis at the time, right?
Uh-huh.
Can you just talk about the emotions that you felt during that time with the lack of care and response from the government for your city and your people?
I felt a huge responsibility because at that time, I was the only artist from my city that had a platform that big to be signed to one of the biggest labels in all time of hip hop, Aftermath, Interscope. And I'm from Flint and I'm seeing on the news and I felt horrible because I'm in California at the time while all of this is going on. And I'm calling my mother. My mother's still in Flint, my aunties, my cousins, and everybody's going through this shit. And it's like, I want to do something, because it's not, man. It's like, man, Flint people, we just have a pride about where we're from. And so it's not like I had been gone from Flint hella long. Like I had only been gone for like a year and a half, 2 years. And I always was coming back and forth and visiting Flint. So when this happened, it was just like, I gotta say something. How can I not say something? It would be inhumane of me to have not said something, not to use my gift to bring attention to what was going on in my city. That's what the fuck rap is for. That's what having a voice is for in those moments where the people that don't have a voice need someone to say something, you have to own up to that responsibility and say something. So I just remember at that time, I feeling very passionate about using my voice to do God's will.
So what was like Dre and the labels like feelings about you going back to Flint at that time? Because you were on some whole like fuck my album and everything like that. Like this stuff is way more important, right?
Yeah, like they didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like they didn't get why this was so personal to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember having to convince Dre to let me put out Fresh Water for Flint. Like, cause I don't think he understood the magnitude of what was going on there. You know what I'm saying? And like, I had to just convince everybody of why this was important to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to, I remember having had the conversations of, why do you want to put out a song and the album's not done yet? It's like, it's bigger than that to me. Like, I could still work on this album or whatever, but I have to say something right now because my city already was, the spirit of my city had already been beat down so much, and now it was like they was trying to stick a nail in the coffin. And it was like, damn, if the one person that has a voice from our city won't speak up for us, then we really feel like we ain't worth shit. So, I can just remember having those conversations, and then ultimately they, let me do what I had to do.
And then you start out the verse by saying, look, they want me to talk about these fake crimes and these hate crimes. How the fuck I'm supposed to care about overseas when locally everybody in my city and state dying? I think this is an amazing point because I've always said our government does a great job of taking care of everybody else but their own people. So, like, sure, we can say America isn't a third world country. Certain things in other countries are way worse, etc. I get all that. But if we are going to live up to being advertised as the richest, the best country in the whole world, right? It's crazy when our people are suffering and there's always an excuse as to why something can't happen, right? But then, like, there's like a war overseas, money's being sent overnight,
Immediately. Yeah.
immediately, right? And we talking
Yeah.
like millions of dollars, like, you know what I'm saying? But then, like, there's always a reason why when there's a crisis, oh, like this is a slow process and everything like that, But
Yeah.
throughout the song, you're not only just talking about the fresh water issue, but the issues within the city for a long time.
Yes.
So as far as like the other celebrities, like it was said that like Eminem, Diddy, Wiz Khalifa, Mark Wahlberg, they all donated fresh water to Flint, right, through Aqua Hydrate. Did you
Mhm.
see that water really make a difference for the people there, or it wasn't really that much?
You know what it was? I think, and I want to say thank you to all of them. And I think all of the other artists and actors and people that donated, I think they were only doing what they knew to do. You know what I'm saying? Because this was a very unique situation. And the thing that kept being said was they need water, they need water. So that seemed like, that was the most helpful thing that everybody knew to do at the time. Nobody knew where to start with how to actually fix this problem. But the water bottle thing was just kind of like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
And it's like even still to this day, like when I'm in Flint, I still don't trust the water. When I'm in Flint, I still take bottled water showers today. So it's like whenever I'm at the crib, it's like, yeah, it's still I don't trust the fucking water.
Wait, you still live in Flint though, right?
I live in Michigan.
Oh, okay, but you don't live. Oh, I got you. All right, got you. Okay, yeah, man. Yeah, it's a shame, bro. Like, and I definitely understand your sentiment about not trusting it till this day, right? Like,
Oh.
when did it get declared that it was safe now?
I can't even remember. Not too long ago.
Right,
But
that's
I
what I
can
was thinking. It was still an issue until just like a few years ago, right?
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. So I can't even remember when they said it was okay or whatever, but I still don't trust the water.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Shout out to the people in Flint, man, for sure.
Yes, my city, my city. I love you. I love you. I love you.
So at one point, there are issues between your management and Dre. Is this Mateen?
This is and when we say this would be uh I would say differences of opinions just between the people that were my staff and aftermath staff because there was a lot of moving parts and like these are and I also want to say these are things that happened like fucking 10 damn near 15 years ago. So it's like for me it's like all water under the bridge. So when you ask me questions I'm going to definitely give you the most truthful honest answers I can, but anything that I answer it's all water under the bridge and it is what it is. But it was just differences of opinions of how to handle my project coming out for on my team's end and on Dre and his team.
This is after Compton comes out, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, like he said, he's not bitter anymore. This is not how he currently feels, or like, you know.
And I would like to say, wait, you just said bitter anymore. At no point was I ever bitter at any of this. I think for me, the feeling was hurt because it was like over time, I felt like me and Dre had developed a friendship. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, with me having to leave Aftermath, I always used to feel like, well, because me and him used to have like fucking real conversations beyond just music shit. So you know what I'm saying? And maybe, and that's on me because I think just as a human being, um, especially back in those days, I had a hard time separating business and personal. You know what I'm saying? Like I always like, that's just always been my nature. Like, if I fuck with you, I fuck with you. I don't know how to have I only fuck with you with business. And it was like Dre always called me his little brother. I always looked up to him like a big brother in those times. You know what I'm saying? So I was never bitter. I would say the more accurate descriptive word would be hurt.
Okay, yeah. So you being hurt, let me correct myself with that. Um, this
Yeah.
must have put you in a awkward position though, because with them being a part of your team and you're kind of stuck in the middle and you guys are still cool. So like, what were you feeling like during that time when that was happening?
I was feeling like, can't we all just get along? Can't we all?
You was Rodney King.
You feel me? I went straight Rodney King. Man, rest in peace to Rodney King. That's how I felt though. I just used to, man, bro, because to me, I always look at life like shit should be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. And I feel like the business of making music is not as hard and as complicated, I think, as as we can make it, out to be sometimes. I just used to look at it like, okay, why can't we all just get on the same page about these things? So I would just always feel like, damn, I wish that, because the interesting thing is when I would have conversations with Dre, and it's just me and Dre, right? It's all good. When I would have conversations with my team, my crew, it was all good. It would seem like, and I'm in the middle, so I'm hearing and I'm having these conversations. I'm like, but why, when we put this together, can we not all get on the same page about things?
People have said working with Dre, you got to keep his interest or he will move on to another project.
Mm.
And that's why there are a lot of artists that have never come out on there. So the reason why I bring this up is to not make Dre look like a bad guy by any means, but I've heard you say the situation with Peter Rosenberg asking you in 2014 if you were worried about your album not coming out, and you gave an answer like, I don't know what happened with the people before me, yada yada. That's their situation. And when you were in it, you're seeing Dre every day. You come into Thanksgiving,
Yep.
you looking at him like, that's big bro. Why wouldn't he want my album to come out? Now, I say all that to say when you work a 9-to-5 corporate job, there's more clear lines of boundaries, the positions of like, hey, this is my manager, this is my boss. Like, yeah, we're cool, but there's still that line. In the music industry or entertainment industry, it's like you guys are more in a less professional environment at times by corporate standards, and it's more relaxed and the lines to the relationships are blurred, right? Like you said, you looked at him like this big bro, it's my friend, right? So like,
Yeah.
can you talk about that and how that may have affected things for you as personal and professional relationship?
Well, I think that, and like I say, it's all good. This is 10 years shit that's 10 years old. But I think that the fact that my management wasn't consistently around on a regular basis hurt me, because I feel like, when you think of like Kendrick Lamar, he always had Top Dog, who could be that liaison, like to talk straight business and be there and be around and form that relationship and that bond with Dre and Jimmy or whoever it needed to be. When you think of I think for 50 Cent in the beginning, it was like a Sha Money XL who was that person. There's always that person in the middle who can kind of like have and build their own relationship with Dre or whatever the case. So I don't know. I think that hurt. Was that the question? The question was
It's hard not to it's hard to separate business and personal in the industry.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's where I was going with that. So yeah, because I think that it was a lot of times that I used to have have to have business conversations with Dre. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like with him, it's like when it comes to the art, he wants to talk to the artist about the art. You feel me? It's like I almost feel like Dre compartmentalizes and is able to deal with people's energy based on what he knows he's about to have an interaction with them about, right? Like, okay, if I'm Dre and I see Kendrick Lamar, okay, we about to talk about music, we about to go make some music, it's about to be fun. But when he sees the business person, he can get in that mindset, like, okay, here come the business dude, I gotta talk business. With Jon Connor, a lot of times, I remember him saying this to me. This is a quote. He said, John, do you know you're the only artist that when I have to talk about business with Jon Connor, I have to literally talk to Jon Connor? He's like, it's not supposed to be like that. You know, so I think that strained like things a little bit. If I had to just based off of the question that you asked, you know what I'm saying? I think that, you know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying because like you were saying, like with Kendrick, there was TDE, right? Like
Correct.
there was a company that was involved. It was Interscope, Aftermath, TDE, right? And it was like for you, it was Interscope, Aftermath. That's it.
Correct.
Right. So like
And
with
yes,
50, at least he had a strong management company on the level of Violator, where it's like,
correct.
you got somebody to handle it on that level. Not saying that Mateen wasn't handling business, but at the same time, this wasn't his forte, right? Like he didn't have prior experience in the music industry like this.
Correct, correct. And so then them not being present all the time also like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I would say that that played a part in the things as well.
Was there ever a time that you were just like hired to be a ghostwriter and put on payroll
No,
or anything?
there was there was never a time ever. Like I definitely wrote records, but it was like the entire time I was on Aftermath, I was working on my album.
Got you. Okay. All right. So this next part, of course, we're talking about you leaving Aftermath.
Yeah.
And in 2019, you announced that you had parted ways with Aftermath. What exactly
Hmm.
happened? The album was named Vehicle City, right?
Hmm.
So what happens for you to leave finally?
I'll say okay, cool. Yeah. I had to find a way because I definitely want to answer questions, but like I say, I never want to cuz for me, it's often weird for me to talk about this shit because I'm the type of person in my personal life that when I'm over something, I'm over it and I move on. So a lot of times try to stay clear from talking about things that's so far in my past because if I have to dig for memories and I don't remember things 100% accurately, like I don't ever want to dig like peel back old scabs and shit. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? I like to progress or whatever the case may be. So in that moment, I'm just thinking of a way to answer your question to where it gives you a proper answer, but also uh it's from a place of love. You feel me? So you said what happened
Mm-hmm.
that made me be like, okay, I'm gone. Well, it was a lot of like, your album's coming out. No, it's not. Your album's coming out. No, it's not. I'm going to Interscope and having these meetings and I'm getting excited. I'm calling my mom's like, Mom, the album coming out. And then the next week I'm having to call my mom like, Mom, it's not coming out. And then I can remember the city of Flint getting excited. The album's coming. And then I'm disappointing people. So it's starting to be like this emotional roller coaster of it's coming. No, it's not. It's coming. No, it's not. And the thing about me is like, man, my grandfather always told me, you always make sure at the end of the day, whether you win or lose in life, you can look in the mirror and have nobody to blame but yourself. And I started to feel like, I'm putting my life in other people's hands that at the end of the day, it's going to be a million more artists that come after me that, you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is. But I have to care about my life and the trajectory of my career more than anybody else because I felt like I was getting played with. And it was like, I'm tired of being disappointed. I'm tired of disappointing my family, disappointing my city. And it's like, for me, I'll bet on myself. And I remember like looking at stories about how Puff Daddy got fired and had to leave Uptown Records and go start Bad Boy. I looked at how 50 Cent had a deal at Columbia before he initially, eventually got a deal with Aftermath and then blew the fuck up. I think about how even Dr. Dre himself had to leave Ruthless Records, had to leave Death Row Records. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it was like, wow, all of the great ones have this type of story where it's like, okay, even if you got to start over and you got to bet on yourself, if you truly great, you got to look at yourself in the mirror and be like, well, if they could do it, I could do it. So for me, it's like, instead of staying in a situation where I'm becoming emotionally drained, I'm in fucking therapy, you know, I feel powerless to do anything. I keep disappointing my fan base to the point where it's like, I had built up a trust with my fan base. I was dropping projects every 2 months. So they knew like this ain't like Connor to not drop something in this long. And it's like, before I'm too, you know what I'm saying, too far down the road to be able to like give music to my fans, I think I should cut my losses here. And if I got to start over, fuck it. That's how much I love music. That's how much I believe in myself. And that's how much I just want my message to still get out to my fan base, is that fuck it. I'll leave everything behind, start over, and do what I got to do. So 2019 was that. It just was. It kept being, it's coming, it's not coming, it's coming, it's not coming. It was never told to me why these things were happening, you know? So a lot of times people was asking me about the album and why it wasn't dropping, but they was asking me for answers that I didn't have because I wasn't getting the answers either.
Yeah, and it was like you were missing your prime years.
Yes. You know what I'm saying? Well, and listen, wait. I want to say though, fuck that. I'm still in my prime now. So the thing is, I want to say,
from the perspective of, because you know, hip hop has ageism. Like other genres, really not so much, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like they're like, hip hop is a young man's sport, and it's like the next person is coming up. You know, like it's easy for people to kind of forget about you a lot. You know, and like you were saying that you had the hype, you was building up, you was doing so many projects. You was actually on the road that a lot of people are now, where like you got to release multiple projects each year. You was already doing that back then.
Back then. I didn't realize that I was ahead of the curve back then. I didn't realize that actually signing a deal was a step back, like in that sense, because it was like where the music business eventually ended up going is what I was doing 2011, 2012. And the thing is, it's like we live, we learn, and we grow. And I grew from that. So it's like now, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm so focused on just everything I'm doing now, because just like we talked about Kanye being a futurist, I've always seen myself that way. So now with the things that I'm doing with content, counterculture, putting out the projects that I'm about to put out, it's like, yeah, you know, I'm betting on myself again, and I'm looking at this as my you know, when Dre left Ruthless moment and had to bet on himself. So that's how I looked at that moment.
Right. And the album was named Vehicle City, and you had a convo with Dre, and he said you worked really hard on the album and you could have it and do whatever you want with it. A bunch of calls are made, and it comes back that Dre's lawyer says Dre never said that.
Yes.
And that's like the moment where you was like, man, fuck this.
That's it. Fuck this. like, yeah, I was over it by then, dog. And so that's dope that you said. So damn, because I've only said that in like 1 or 2 interviews, but that's real. And like I always say in the interview,
I think you only said that on Counterculture.
Damn, that's on Counterculture. You right. Damn, my dog.
I know you. Thank you, man. Come on.
Thank you for tuning in, bro. Yeah. So yeah, but that's a real ass story. And like I said then when I told the story, Dre has had 1,000,001 things happen in his life. And I know Jon Connor's album is probably not at top of the memories of his because he's had so much legendary shit. But that was something that was important in my life. So I remember it like it was yesterday. It was like, yeah, that's a true story. He told me I could have an album. And then when the lawyers got on the phone, they was like, nah, he said he ain't never say that. So then at that point, I was so emotionally fucking drained and just drained by everything. It was like, fuck it, I don't even want the album. Just let me out the contract then. Like, because that's the thing that people don't know too. When they say, first of all, and that's good that I'm on here, I didn't get fucking dropped. I don't even know what the fuck that means. After like me and Dre decided to part ways, so Empire is a subsidiary of fucking Universal Music Group. So being on Empire is the same as being on Interscope. It's the same as being under all those other labels. So this is a little music business 101 for y'all that don't know. All of these people are all in the same building, okay? So when I left, when me and Dre parted ways, the same executives that I would talk to at Interscope still wanted to put the album out. They just wanted to put it out on Empire. So it's like, okay, you don't want to be on Aftermath no more, but we still want to put the album out. So that is what we were in the process of negotiating, not getting fucking dropped. They were trying to figure out, okay, well, okay, you don't want to be on Aftermath no more. So what if we just put the album out on Empire? Is that cool? So I was cool with that for a second, but then that's when motherfuckers started playing. Like that's when it was, okay, you can have the album, you can't have the album. And then by that point, it was like, okay, I didn't went from Aftermath to possibly Empire to now I can have the album and do what I want to do with it to now, no, you can't. Now it's like, damn, dog, like I'm just ready to be back in control of my life because you're dealing with somebody who came from being independent. Like, you know what I'm saying? I came from like selling CDs myself for $10 and making $5,000 a fucking week. Like, you know what I'm saying? Selling shit out my trunk, selling shit out of my locker in high school. So I never needed or like to be in a system where I couldn't go out and get paper for myself. The thing is, for me, as much as I love music, I got a family that I want to provide for. I got a city that I want to inspire. It's bigger than just Jon Connor needs to put out an album on Aftermath with Dr. Dre. Dog, no, I have a whole city that I want to inspire. I want to inspire Black people as a whole. So if I'm getting put in a situation where I'm not allowed to use my voice, I'm not allowed to be my own man, it's like, no, that's not who I am as a person. I'm not a rollover and die ass nigga. I'm not that type of dude. So for me, it was just like, okay, if we can't figure it out, no love lost. It's all good. I learned so much at Aftermath. It's all love. All right, didn't work out. Cool beans. All good. Let me get the fuck on out of here and get back to doing what I was doing independently there.
So for those of you guys that don't understand, it's kind of a similar situation where after Game put out the documentary, he went over to Geffen, which was a subsidiary, right, of Universal Music Group.
Of Universal Music
he put
Group.
out the Doctor's Advocate. So it's kind of like a
situation
situation
it's the same
like that.
building.
Yeah. So basically, you end up having all these multiple conversations with execs, people trying to figure out a way to put out the album, get out of your contract. And you were so fed up to the point you just wanted to fulfill the requirements to get out of it. You didn't care. Correct. If the album flops, whatever, you know what I mean? Just like they would ask you questions like, how do you feel about this? You're like, cool. That's what we got to do. Cool. Like you just didn't care anymore.
Correct.
What was the last conversation like with Dre in that regard around that time?
He called me and he was like, because I remember I had texted him, but I can't remember what the text said. But I remember he called me. Like, I think after all of that shit happened, he said, yeah, nigga, you know what I'm saying? No matter what the fuck we go through with this business shit, nigga, you still my little brother, nigga. And I said, Dre, I said, the way I look at the word love is if I tell somebody I love them once, I mean it forever, no matter what happens, no matter what the relationship goes through. If I tell somebody I love them one time, because, you know, love is unconditional. So if I've committed to saying to somebody I love you, then that means no matter what you do to me, no matter what I do to you, I'm going to love you for life. So I said, Dre, so with that being said, bro, I love you. And he said, nigga, I love you too, man. And at that time, because we've had more conversations since then, right. But at that time, that was the first conversation after I got out of it.
For sure, man. Woo. A lot, man. I can't imagine what you was feeling like and how you were dealing. You know what I mean? Like, so
it's deep, man. even as much as I'm giving you, right? It's so much more shit.
Oh, I know, man. I can't imagine how much you got in the tuck. But when you finally get out of the contract, right? Yeah. What is the feeling?
Listen. And I'm keeping it real. And Dre, if you ever watch this, dog, I love you. We didn't talk since then. But when that release came back and the name Andre Young was signed at the bottom, I was like, I'm fucking free. Oh my God. It was like the greatest feeling I ever felt in my life. And I'm telling you, it's not just the fact of it being Aftermath. It's, y'all don't understand. First of all, I'm an Aries. So as a person, I like to be a free spirit. If I make a song tonight, I want to be able to drop it tonight if I feel like it. So being controlled by anything is not natural for me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just not. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was on Aftermath from 2013 to like 2019, 20. So however many years, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
7 years.
So, dog, 7 years of like not being able to do what you want to do, having these musical ideas that you can't put out, having these things that you want to do that you got to wait for people's approval on, talking to people that you know don't care. Like, not Dre. Dre always cared about like my album, but talking to like certain executives and you could look in their eyes and you could tell they do not give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about Flint. They don't give a fuck if my album come out and do good. They don't care if I flop. They don't care if I end up on Skid Row. They don't get. You can look at them and tell that they don't give a fuck about you. I didn't come from that. I came from having a crew where we all loved each other. I came from when I was at them festivals with 20 people, we loved each other. That's why we was in that van and we drove to South by Southwest. It wasn't because Jon Connor's going to get a record deal and I want to use him for his money. Those were my brothers and sisters. So when I went into the music business and I'm around a bunch of motherfuckers that don't care about me at all, I don't give a fuck what nobody think. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't owe nobody, not for no album am I staying in a toxic situation that's having me in fucking therapy. Not for no fucking album am I staying around motherfuckers that want to rob you for your money and hope that you don't understand the music business so they could take money from you. No, I don't care. So when people ask me about Vehicle City, do you wish it would have came out? If I have to stay in circumstances that got me in fucking therapy, no. Like, I'm glad that album died. I don't give a fuck if nobody ever hear that album, because the person that I was and how miserable I was and how much bullshit I had to put up with, like in that time period, how much of myself I almost lost trying to put this fucking album out. No, I don't wish Vehicle City came out. No, I don't ever think about that album. No, I don't. It was like, so when he finally sent back the release and it said Andre Young at the bottom, and that meant that I was free, that I could go do whatever I wanted to do, that I could go talk to my fan base again, that I could go talk to these people that used to tell me on my Instagram, I almost committed suicide and your music saved my life, and for 7 years I couldn't talk to them people? You mean to tell me, dog, I wasn't supposed to feel happy? When it was 7 years, when it was fans that used to say, yo, my brother just got killed and I listened to your song and it saved my life because I wanted to go kill them niggas, but I listened to your song and I didn't do it. That's what I make music for. One album don't make my career, and it wasn't going to take me away from them people that need my voice, dog. So that's why when people don't understand, when they like, how could you be so happy? Or how could you, what the fuck? Like, you know what I'm saying? What? No, I wasn't about to lose myself. I wasn't about to go crazy just to put out one album on a label, because that's your dream. My dream was just to help people through my music. My dream was just to be a dude from Flint, Michigan that could show people that you can make it. Your dream be, sensationalizing this one and that one. And if Dr. Dre hears my music, if Jay-Z hears my music and it's great, and I'm not devaluing it and I'm not underappreciating it, but I'm trying to tell y'all, like the people in the comments, when I say y'all, don't get it fucked up. My dreams aren't your dreams. My expectations and what I think of myself aren't what you think of me. The expectations you have for yourself aren't the ones that I have for myself. My career didn't begin or end with Aftermath. So every time I help somebody or save a life with my music, that's what I do it for. So all the passion you hearing in me right now, for 7 years I had to bottle that up, dog. For 7 years I had to smile and act like I was happy and I wasn't. When I wished I could talk to them people and help them people, dog. So when I got the paperwork back, dog, I was happy to them motherfucker, man.
Damn. Yo, so, okay, when you got to leave, right, was it under conditions of like you had to pay money back, or you, like the next album you put out, like some money goes towards that?
No, because all I kept saying was I just want because when they was asking me, well, what did I want to do? I just kept saying, just let me out of this, and I don't want to owe nobody nothing. Just let me out of this. So I will say to them, I appreciate that I got let go with no, like, you know what I'm saying?
Attached.
No strings attached. I got let go.
That's dope,
and
man.
The only thing is that, you know, of course, they own the music and they own, you know what I'm saying, everything that I did when I was there, as they should. Like, people be thinking, am I mad that they own Vehicle City? They should own it. I was an employee for Universal Music Group when I made that music. And, like, you know, all the stipulations of they can sell those songs and they should be able to do that. I was employed as a songwriter. I wrote songs for a company and they should own it. So I'm grateful because, yes, I got let off with no strings attached.
So you talked about therapy, having to go to therapy. You That situation really affected your confidence because it was an emotional roller coaster, right? You
Yeah.
experienced depression over it. Um, is it still true that like you don't listen to that album because of the place that it takes you to?
Yeah, I don't ever listen to Vehicle City. Like I got it too. I don't never listen to it. Like people no, I don't ever listen to it. No.
So what did you learn in therapy when you went?
That damn, that's a good question. That there's a lot of things that I hadn't healed from that even made me vulnerable to be in that scenario in the first place that stemmed from shit that happened long before music.
That's that's amazing, man. You know what I mean? Because I was
Yep.
hoping that you was gonna say something like that, that, the problem started much before.
Much before music.
Yeah.
You know, it was parts of me that I didn't know. It was parts of myself that still needed to grow and mature. You know what I'm saying? Because then there were certain scenarios that I feel like I wouldn't have been vulnerable in. And that's the thing. But you live and you learn.
Talk therapy doesn't always work for everybody, but what I think it does help you do for a lot of people is take a real honest look at yourself, right?
It does. Listen, let me tell you something. So I remember going to the therapist out in California, and I can't remember her name, but she was a wonderful woman. But I was going in there and I was talking like, I'm frustrated about this and I'm frustrated about that and da 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 and the album and this girl I'm dating and blah blah blah. And you want to know what she said? What's your relationship like with your father? What's your earliest? And at first I'm thinking, what the fuck does that have to do with everything I just said to you? Like, you know what I'm saying? But it did. And she would say, and then she would follow it. What's your relationship like with your sister? What's your relationship like with your mom? Because these relationships are what shape the behavioral patterns of me not knowing how to address the current situations I was going through as an adult. There were things that as a child never got fixed that makes you vulnerable as an adult. And if you didn't fix it back then, it's going to come back around every time, man, until you fix that shit.
You know what's so crazy about what you saying with this?
Uh,
That's the reason why I start out my interviews the way that I do, from the beginning of someone's childhood until later on in their career and all the controversy. Because I have a degree in psychology, right? So it's like the whole reason is like I'm hoping that when we get to the more difficult conversations, that if people really watch the interview in full, they analyze you from a perspective of like, maybe I shouldn't judge him so harshly because now I understand why he did what he did, or I understand what he went through.
Thank you, man. That's love. That's love.
Yeah, man. So that's that's
That's
that's
dope.
always my hope, is because like I feel like, the internet really dehumanizes people. You know what I'm
Agreed.
saying? And we're very so quickly to just judge everybody so harshly. Like, that's a dumb motherfucker. Why would he ever do that? Like, I would never do no shit like that. But you're not perfect. You would probably do some shit that other people would say the same thing about. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Mhm.
like, you should have known better. Like, why'd you sign the aftermath? Like, it's like
Mhm.
people will say some shit like that and they don't get it. You know what I mean? It's like it's just so easy just to type some shit up like that and think it means nothing. You
That's a
know?
fact. That's that, and I appreciate that, man. Like, yeah, because no, people. You're absolutely correct. Like, the internet is very dehumanizing. It's like, yo, people got to understand, man, when they look at these stories, whether it's me in Aftermath or whether it's, who knows, Busta Rhymes in Aftermath or Rakim in Aftermath, or you know what I'm saying,
Bishop
whoever,
Lamont,
Bishop Lamont,
like,
or even like there was a time where Mystical was on Cash Money and Busta Rhymes was on Cash Money.
right.
Okay, there's a time where there's so many of these music business situations where, okay, there was a time that MOP was on Rockefeller. There was a time MOP was on G Unit. There was a time.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not the first or the last of these situations. What people got to understand is these are human beings. For one, when people say, why would he do this? Why would they do that? Because listen, dog, we're talking about human interactions. First of all, when people think of like Jon Connor and Aftermath. They're only thinking about Jon Connor and Dr. Dre because that's the only people that they know.
The
There
face.
are yes, there are so many other people that are involved in these stories that aren't famous, that play a big part of how these scenarios go, that none of you people in the comments will ever know. So y'all can't ever like make 1 + 1 = 2 because y'all don't even have all the variables of the scenario to understand what happened.
There's so much that goes on behind the scenes that people don't really realize.
Correct.
So I always say, like, if you're gonna judge a situation, like, preface it with based on what we know from what
There
has been
you
made
go.
public, right?
Based on what we know.
Yeah, that has been made public, because you don't know, because a lot of times an A&R could fuck up your whole project. Your experience with a label could be based off of one A&R that is in control of what you got going on.
Yes, bro. One person like that. Like, while people in the comments is like, okay, Jon Connor, Dr. Dre, but who knows? Like you said, there might be an A&R, or there might be a marketing person that's an asshole or something that who knows, or there might be an argument that happened between this marketing person and this manager, and now this marketing person went back and told this executive that they don't fuck with this person, and that's affecting the artist. Like, that's affecting the album coming out. All of these other subplots that are going on around the situation play a bigger part in why albums come out and don't come out than the music itself.
Bro, and we talking about human beings, right? Because a lot of times some people might feel threatened. They might not like you for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And then they don't got your best interests at heart, or, they might not like your management. So then they don't got a problem with you, but it might affect how they treat your project off of that. There's so many different things that are going on.
That's a fact. I can remember, man, one thing I was talking about in an interview recently too is that people got to understand even the human factor of me being from Michigan and being in California. Like, I always felt like I was playing an away game. I feel like the people, not, like I say, not with Dre, and I'm not just saying that because he's Dre. I'm keeping it real. Like, I'm always keeping it real. Me and his relationship, all up until I was getting ready to leave, was like very loving and dope, and just it was dope as fuck. But I felt like, you know what I'm saying, like, we in California and he Dr. Dre, so you might got people that got cousins that they want to introduce to Dr. Dre that they trying to get on. You might have got other people from California that was born in Compton that's like, hey, Dre, I got my little homie from Compton. You need to hear him rap. So what I'm saying is, I'm the only lone dude from Michigan fighting for me in a sea of California that wants to see Dre only fuck with other California people. That's not something that people think about when they think of my story. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like with a Kendrick Lamar, and much love to him, but it's like he homegrown California, Top Dog, them probably been knowing Dre for however long, and it was like probably just a smoother transition. But for me, being from another state and not really having a flag planted or having people riding for me, like, you know what I'm saying, on that end of it, play a part in it too. Like, there's so many things like that play into these situations, man.
Yeah, man. And that's interesting that you say that, because I was just about to ask you being from Flint, was it a culture shock for you to live in LA all those years that you were on Aftermath? What was that experience like?
I loved the weather. I loved the food. And the people was cool too. I would rather live in LA in my current circumstances, because I feel like a lot of times, because I was on Aftermath, it was people that were getting close to me to get close to Dre. So I enjoy, you know what I'm saying? I enjoyed my time in LA, and I met some beautiful people, but I also met some fake motherfuckers too. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, you live and you live and you learn. But it's real motherfuckers and it's fake motherfuckers everywhere. Right. But I just say that I feel like I would enjoy living in LA more now. You know what I'm saying? Just being an independent, you know what I'm saying? And being able to meet the genuine versions of everybody. But at that particular point in time, I love LA. Like, you know what I'm saying? Shit, I love LA. I definitely might move back out there. But I love LA, but I just wish I lived there under different circumstances.
But was it like shocking to you how different it was from Flint?
I had visited LA a couple times before I moved out there. So yes, so the first time I visited LA, it definitely was a culture shock. But yeah, by the time I lived out there, I had been back and forth a couple times.
How was your experience with the women out there?
Oh,
that laugh says it all.
There you go. That's the answer. There you go. It was I had a good time.
You
I
had a good
lived, I
time.
lived, and I lived and I learned.
Okay,
Man. I
okay.
lived and I learned.
All
Yeah.
right. Was there ever a time that you were just like really sad that you didn't blow up at the height of the hype surrounding you? Like you really
So I got a song called "The Blow Up" that right now I want y'all to everybody that's watching, everybody in the comments. I got a song called "The Blow Up," and it explains exactly how I feel about that term and about all of that. Here's the thing, and I want to say this loud and clear, like because that question too is very interesting. That you didn't blow. I'm not fucking dead. Like you know what I'm saying? So
right.
I'm not dead, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got albums coming that came out last year, albums coming out in the future. And the thing is, like, for me, we live in a world where Robert Downey Jr. had a whole ass career, right? And then he struggled with drug and alcohol abuse. And then he went to jail. And they said it was over for him. And that motherfucker came back and was Iron Man. And he's bigger now than he ever was. So when people ask me that question, it's like, dog, that's the mindset I have. Like, aftermath is a part of my story. My story not done being written until I die. So the thing is, what God got for me, I'm going to be bigger than I was, because God said that whatever gets taken from you, you give given back times 7. So whatever y'all thought I was going to be, when that happened, it's going to be that times 7. So that's the way I look at it.
That's a real interesting way to put it. And I like that, man, because you know what? Like a lot of times people just connect you to the biggest situation that they know you for, right? A big name. Like, oh, Dre had to be the highlight of his career. So that's the only thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, but they don't see like, shit, you could be happier now than you ever were over there. Or you could be, yeah.
So look, I'm going to tell you this story, bro. Life is repetition. When I was in high school, I was the producer for the most popular rap crew in all of the high schools in Flint, right? And the guy that was over this label, he was one of the most popular dudes like in the entire city of Flint at that time, right? He was a varsity basketball player, had the baddest females, all that type of shit, right? And he did some grimy shit to me. And I had to leave, right? And I had to start my own company with just me and my 2 little cousins. And then within a year time span, I had became the biggest company in all of the high schools in Flint, right? Are you seeing the parallels? So the thing is, I've seen this movie before where Jon had to leave a situation and start over. I know who I am. So the thing is, y'all are all watching my story from an outside looking in. I'm not surprised at all when we gonna have another interview by next year, and we're gonna have a whole crazy conversation about how I already knew what was gonna happen, because life is repetition. I've been through this movie before. I've been through when people was coming up to me in high school like, so you really left? What are you gonna do now? Is it over for you? And I remember same way I'm talking to you now. I said, what the fuck you mean what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start my own company. It's gonna be bigger than they company. That was the mentality at 17. That's still the man that I am today. So it's like, okay, what was high school then is the music industry now. So what that guy was in high school, it's like, and much love to Dre, it's like, but okay, the most popular person and the person that people can't imagine that you could leave that situation and become something and make something out of yourself. I've done it before. And the repetition of my life is to continue to do it, to show people that you can do it. Do you think, and like I said, I know it's taboo to mention Puffy now, but do you think when he left Uptown Records, people were saying, well, what are you going to do now, Puff? Like, it's over for you. And this nigga made Bad Boy when 50 Cent got shot 9 times and no record label would answer his phone calls, and he was laying there dying, and motherfuckers was like, so you going to go back to selling dope? What if he would have listened to that? What if he would have listened to people say that to him? What would have happened then? What would have happened if Dre, like I said, had to start over 3 times? When he dropped that, and see, we sensationalize these stories. When Dr. Dre came out with The Aftermath Presents and it didn't do shit, and everybody was like, well, it's over for Dr. Dre. It's over for... What if he would have believed that? He would have never found Eminem. He would have never made the Chronic 2001. So there are always these points in great people's lives where it's like, well, what are they going to do? What I'm going to do is be great. What I'm going to do is the same shit I've been doing since high school. The same thing you've seen, the 50 Cents, the Dr. Dre's, the Jay-Z couldn't get a record deal. Nobody was signing. This is the greatest rapper to ever fucking live. And nobody saw it in him. So the thing is, when you say, "Oh, are you like?" and this ain't at you. This is passion. This isn't anger.
Right.
So the thing is, it's like, think about those situations. If those people would have stopped believing in themselves, if those people would have believed the comments, if those people would have believed that, we wouldn't have the Blueprint. We wouldn't have the Chronic 2001 or Eminem. We wouldn't have fucking Bad Boy. We wouldn't have Mace and Biggie. We wouldn't have fucking 50 Cent, Lloyd Banks. We wouldn't have Power. None of that shit. Because the same shit that I'm going through, or the same parallels in my journey, great men that have come before me have had that same fight or flight moment, and I'm gonna fly, dog. So for me, no, I love that shit. I love that it went how it went at Aftermath. Why? Because when God blesses me with my times 7, I can talk about Aftermath as one of those turning points in my life where instead of giving up on myself, I bossed the fuck up and then I leveled up. Just like all of the great men did before me, like them names that I named.
Translation: the setback is just a setup for the get back.
Let's go. Let's go.
For sure, man. So, all the music that you recorded while you were there, like you said that you recorded like over 1,000 songs for Vehicle City alone, right?
Yes.
So, what about the songs you helped for Detox? Like, Dre got so much shit in the vault. Did he ever play shit for you? Like, yo, I did this in 98. You know what I mean?
I heard the whole Detox album. That shit was hard.
You heard like different versions of like so many different songs, like of different albums.
I heard a bunch of songs that was supposed to be on it, and they was hard. Like, I don't know why they ain't never come out. Them shits was hard.
But you were like, Dre, like, why you ain't put this out? Like, what did he say?
I'm trying to think. Shouts to my dog DJ Silk, because he produced one. It was, I think, like Dre, Lil Kim, and Too Short.
Holy shit.
And that shit was hard as hell. And I remember thinking like, yeah, I mean, but I wasn't saying shit that he hadn't heard a million times. Why you ain't putting this shit out? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he heard that shit a million times.
Man, I know he got music to last a lifetime. But like, God forbid the day when he passes away, like he has like tons of music to last forever. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
That's crazy, man. But you did 1,000 songs for Vehicle City alone, but your final version had how many on there?
I want to say it was 14.
14 of 1,000.
Yeah, I want to say it was 14.
Wow. That's crazy, man. All right, so one thing I want to ask you, because you've done work with my bro Con, right?
Con who?
K-A-A-N? Con?
Oh, K-A-A-N.
Yeah, Con.
Hell yeah,
shout out
that's
to Con.
the homie. We got a hard ass song. Called
you know the guy that goes, it's knowledge. Yeah. I'm killing off these motherfuckers to get it. Just feel like I wrote it in the graveyard. Elevated to this level, you ain't even on my radar. Yeah. I love Con, man. And he's worked with Dre and stuff like that, but he's always stayed independent. He's like contract work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like the thing you were talking about earlier, I feel like that's what he does, where he can release as many projects as he wants, do whatever he wants, but then like he still got the connections to work with larger people, right? Do you wish that was something that instead of signing directly to Aftermath, that you would have just been able to work with Dre in that capacity like that?
Easy answer, yes.
For sure, man. So
yeah.
So we
because I think I even got a line. I rapped over whacked out murals, and I think I said a line like that. I said like I got a line like that. I can't remember the line, but a simple answer, yes.
Got you, man. Well, last Aftermath related question, okay? The whole time that you're there, how are you sustaining yourself? Like, you just lived off the big advance you got at that time, or like, because I mean, we're talking 7 years, right? So it's
7 years.
And living in California ain't cheap either.
That's a fact.
It's not cheap, man. So
that's a fact.
So how are you sustaining yourself during that time? I mean, it's not like you're getting paid for each song that you're doing for like his project or something like that, right?
Correct. So it was definitely tough times, and then I was having like friends of mine come out there just to have like a sense of home. So I'm paying for everything and all of that type of shit. That was definitely like I said, my aftermath years was like going to like college for like music industry. Of I learned everything to do and everything not to do. Like just far as your everyday life and as far as like paperwork and business, like that was college for me. Like as far as like that was like a master class of music business 101 because it was like, yeah, sustaining was I was when the couple times I did get checks, it was like I was holding on to every dollar I could and making a dollar stretch. But it was definitely some tough times, man.
So, you know, and I really like this part of the conversation because I think it's really important for up and coming artists and just people from the outside in general, right? Because the image and the facade, the persona that rappers give is like, yo, I'm really making money like that. You know, I'm flashing. Look at, you know, the rapper starter kid. I got my whip, I got my chain and everything as soon as
Yeah.
I sign. But it's like you're not realizing that you ain't really made it yet. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
was there any like moments where you had a lapse in judgment where you kind of balled out or you spent money a little reckless or
Um, I think everything I did probably was reckless because there it was with the mentality of it's gonna be like this forever.
mm,
You feel me? So it's like it's not to say I wasn't out buying crazy shit, but it was it was times that I didn't have like dental insurance, right? And I paid for my braces like out of pocket. It's like, bro, just go get insurance, bro. Like you didn't why did you just paid like fuck, I think it was like, I don't know, 8,000, 10,000. It was something crazy. I can't remember, but it was like whatever it was like for the dentist that I went to because my bottom row of teeth was crooked my whole life, but they fixed now.
they
But it's
nice
like
now.
so they fixed now. I gotta anyway. That's a whole nother story. But but it's a whole fucking nother story. But the way that they had to put the braces on my teeth because I was still doing like interviews and shit, and so they put the braces on the back of my top row of teeth, right? So all while I'm on Aftermath, y'all, I had braces. So if y'all go back and watch any of those interviews, so they put them on the front of my bottom teeth. Anyway, so the way that they had to do it, it cost some crazy amount of money, and I didn't have insurance, so I was like shit like that. Like I was just you know what I'm saying? I wasn't making good financial decisions because I felt like it's always gonna be like this. So when I say not good financial decisions, motherfuckers in the comments, I'm not talking about I just balled out and bought crazy shit like Bentleys and chains and shit like that. I'm saying that now that I understand just how the world works and how the system works, it's like don't unnecessarily spend money that you don't have to. Like you know what I'm saying? Like do go be a fucking adult, man, and go do the actual like go sit down for a second, fill out the little paperwork, and where you can cut the little corners that they have set up for you, and as far as like your taxes and knowing how to write stuff off and putting shit in your business account and all that type of shit. That's fucking important, man. But at that time, I didn't think like that. I was paying for everything out of pocket, even shit that it was not necessary for me to pay out of pocket for.
Yeah, and the worst thing to just say is fuck it and just do it. You know what I mean?
Fuck
Yeah, like
it.
whatever. You know what I mean? Oh, we'll make it back on the back end, or
Yes.
we'll do this or whatever. You know, that's a terrible way to approach it. But you know, I
Yes.
learned from watching Royce talk about this. He said that Dre gave him some advice before, where he said that you know money is easy to make but hard to keep.
Right.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. So, um, re-
I'll add something to that though. Like, but you know what I'm saying? Once you it's kind of like what when they talk about like Donald Trump, how they say like he didn't have millions and then filed for bankruptcy and then got millions again. But once you get in that system of knowing how to get it and keep it, you'll never lose it again. After you have one situation that you learn that lesson from, you'll never lose it again.
mhm. Yeah, that motherfucker's smart. He with his course, he buried his ex-wife on there and shit like that. So he made it so you don't get taxed on the
It's
land and all this
right.
shit
So
like that.
you're gonna get taxed on the
Yeah, and all
land.
these loopholes and everything like that, man. And rich people a lot of times
Yeah.
be cheap motherfuckers. You know what's so crazy is that this is a trip, right? Rich people get shit for free all the time.
all the
all the
time.
time, and they can afford it. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
Period.
yeah. So that's the crazy thing. But another thing I heard you say is that there were other ways for you to get money, but it was being stopped by Aftermath. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, I can remember a couple situations, and like I said, I'm not shitting on nobody. I'm just telling the truth, like as it happened. I remember when around the time Compton came out, it was a couple opportunities for me to get maybe 10,000 here, 12,000 there, like for some shows and appearances. And for whatever, I don't know who it was or who decision it was, but they wouldn't allow the label wouldn't allow me to go perform for the love of money in One Shot, One Kill.
Damn, man.
And I didn't understand why, but that's just like I said, it's the truth. It happened. My manager called me, was like, yo, I got a $10,000 bag. Like they want you at some rock festival. They want you to come do One Shot, One Kill. I'm like, hell yeah. My manager called me back, like, yeah, they not gonna give you the they're not gonna let you can't do it. They're not gonna give you the performance track for you to go do it. They're not approving you doing that.
When are people gonna realize that like companies, large companies, whether it's a 9 to 5 corporate job or the record company or whatever, the more that you take care of your quote unquote employee, the happier they are to take care of themselves, the
Right.
better that they will
Right.
perform, the better product that
Correct.
they'll be able to, do and everything like that. It trickles, everywhere in the company. So it's like I just don't understand that mindset. Maybe it's the whole thing of like kind of like the government, they keep you desperate so they can have control over you kind of thing,
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. I feel like it's a little some of that.
Yeah, for sure, man. All right, last question, bro. So recently you made a post about people trying to be cool with you over the years and they find some common ground with you and the stuff they talk to you about is weird, like them cheating on their wives or
Yes.
girlfriends or not taking care of their kids. And you don't respect any of that because you're a man of discipline, and your father wasn't really around when you were growing up. So you know how hard that is. I really respected what you said in this post, all of it, because especially about taking care of your kids, because when little boys are left without a male role model to teach them how to be a man, it's real detrimental, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you're talking generational curses, you know what I'm saying? Generational trauma,
Correct.
basically, Um, what made you come out and say this?
Because as a human, because first of all, yes, I'm an artist, but I'm a human first. I'm a spirit, inside of a physical body, just having a human experience, as we all are. So I don't define myself as an artist. I define myself as a spirit, you know what I'm saying? And it's like spiritually, I'm growing and I'm learning daily and I'm evolving. And so I find you know, the more the more that the more that I realize who I am and who I've always been, I just don't want to tolerate or even let people think that I tolerate certain things that are against my moral compass. And I feel like a lot of times when you don't stand up for yourself or don't stand on your morals, it's almost like you co-signing immature or toxic or selfish behavior. It was a lot of times when I was younger, it was cats that was older than me that was doing shit that I never thought was cool. But it was because I was younger and I thought that they knew better than me simply because they were older than me and I didn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? But maybe if I would have said something, it would have stopped them from doing the shit that they was doing. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was some cats, and I think, I just was telling somebody the other day, maturity doesn't come with age, it comes with the acceptance of responsibility. And it's a lot of grown motherfuckers out there that's still very immature and young in their mind.
Ooh,
You know,
say it, preach, bro.
so it was important for me to put that out there because it's like, yeah, like a lot of time, especially as men, like dudes will come up to you like maybe because because I rap as a profession, right? And whatever perspective people have of being a rapper, they'll say like,
Machismo.
yeah, I know you fucking them hoes. It's like it's like that's not who I am, though. So I'm not connecting with you on that sentence. You feel me? I have long outgrew fucking them hoes. Like, you know what I'm saying? I have long outgrew that phrase being cool to me. I've long since outgrown feeling like we should connect over how many women we have sex with. I think that, dog, if you still doing that shit after a certain age, it's immature, it's stupid, and it's childish. Like, you know what I'm saying? For me, it's like, yo, man, oh shit, man, my baby mama tripping on my dog. I don't feel you. I don't know. no, I don't fucking connect with you on that. I don't, and I'm going, if you ask me for real, I'm gonna fucking say some shit that you probably not gonna like because it's like, I think by doing that, bro, for so long, I feel like, whether it was going to private school or whether it was liking pro wrestling, whether it was liking comic books and living in the hood, it was a lot of times that I was shamed for being me, just being who the fuck I was, which is just a cool dude with a big heart that fucking, like, I'm a people person. I'm a nerd. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a musician. You know what I'm saying? I always been a sucker for love. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even in my days where I was promiscuous because I felt like I thought that's what I was supposed to do. In those years that I was still learning myself, like, you know what I'm saying? But even when I didn't feel right. I'm gonna keep it real. It's some groupies out there that probably got some funny ass Jon Connor stories because after it went down and me and her was laying in the bed, I was probably saying some shit like, man, why did we do this, man? And then the girl, like, that's real. That's real shit. And there's probably some groupies out there that's like, I fucked with Jon Connor and you ain't gonna believe what this nigga said. Like, yeah, because you wanna know what? Because it was many times, and I'm gonna keep it so real because you opened up Pandora's box, like, of who I am. Because I gotta say this shit, dog. These platforms are important. These interviews are gonna live longer than us, man. So I gotta say these type of things. Dog, it would be times like if I'm on the road. And like I said, I have promiscuous moments, but that just wasn't who I was. But I can remember times like, okay, let's say I'm in like Indiana or some shit like that. And I'm fucking around with a little chick or whatever the case may be. And we fuck around. We laying there. Do you know what I'm hearing the whole night, bro? I'm hearing I'm hearing her fucking phone vibrate because it's some dude in Indiana that's fucking in love with her, dog. He's in love with her. And she's sitting there laying there fucking with me and I'm leaving town tomorrow. I'm like, damn, what if I was that dude? What if I was that fucking dude blowing her fucking phone up, sending her text messages? You said you was gonna be home at 12. You ain't home yet. Are you okay? Or did something happen? Meanwhile, she getting piped down by some fucking rapper. I didn't feel good about that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? I felt my conscience used to be eating me a fucking live. And I used to be like, damn, I don't really know her like that, but I know this scenario and I don't feel good about it. I don't want to be some story. I don't want to be the reason some fucking dude or get his heart broke and shit. I don't want to be that story. So it's like, man, it was important for me to say that because it's like, I don't want dudes to think, or I don't want anybody to think that I agree with or I'm down with like immature behavior, and don't use that as a way to try to bond with me. Bond with me over the things that make you you. Come at me with who you really are, and I'm gonna come to you with my authentic self, and then we can meet in the middle. But no, don't generalize me because you think I'm a rapper and you're assuming what my life is. You don't fucking know my life, dog. You just assuming I'm out here fucking random females. No, I'm not. Actually, I love love. As a matter of fact, I'm in love right now. I'm dating to marry. Fucking even it was about to get crazy. But I'll stop right there. But it's like, find out who the fuck I really am. And I'll find out who the fuck you really are. And let's meet in the middle and then let's find common ground. But don't generalize me, dog. Like, don't put me in no fucking box, man.
You know, it's crazy that you say this, right? Because like, I feel like because society really values or overemphasizes alpha males.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like that those kind of stereotypical behaviors that come along with making a man powerful and stuff like that, or having a lot of women, you know what I mean? Like showing their strength by beating up people or just like those type of things, right? And like you, in a lot of different ways, you're like on the opposite side of that. You know, where you don't like believe in like fucking a lot of girls, like you said, or you know, or like just fighting for the fuck of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or like doing those type of things.
So I would definitely like to say, I feel like I have a healthy masculine energy. Mm-hmm. I don't believe like toxic masculinity is the shit where it's like beat my fucking chest off, fuck a bunch of chicks, dog, I'll beat somebody at. It's like that's toxic dumb
but that's
shit.
What I'm
that's
saying,
stupid.
though. Like society teaches us that
right. Society teaches, yeah. Right. And so I'm saying And so I'm agreeing with your point. You know what I'm saying? Right. That society teaches us that. And I had to learn what healthy masculinity was. It's like knowing that if you run into a situation and you could talk it out with somebody, it takes more to use the muscles in your brain than to just mindlessly punch a motherfucker because you don't have the intellectual vernacular to meet somebody where they are on a maturity level. So since I don't understand you, I'm gonna hit you. That's the dumbest shit ever. To me, what makes you a man is if you intellectual. If you're smart enough to talk to somebody, even though that y'all have differences, y'all can find some common ground and solve problems like that. To me, being a man is having the discipline to stay fucking committed and stay loyal and faithful to one woman in a marriage. It's fucking immature and childish and little boy shit that you can't control your dick long enough to where you would throw away like the mother of your kids. You would risk getting a divorce and half your shit getting taken. You don't have enough fucking discipline of your dick, dog, like to be able to stay loyal and stay focused to one woman. That's how easy it is to defeat you, dog. You send a bad bitch with a fat ass in the room and you'll throw it all away. That's not man shit. These motherfuckers that don't know how to control, and I'm sorry, ladies, I meant bad bitch in a very positive way. But what I'm saying is like, not knowing how to control your dick don't make you a man. That make you a little boy to me. That's the shit we used to do in high school. Ooh, man, how many numbers you get? That's the shit we did when we was 18. I remember I seen something where Muhammad Ali said, if you still thinking the same way at 28 than you did when you was 18, I say you wasted 10 years of your life. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like for real. So you did. If you still thinking the same way, dog, I don't know what to tell you. And some of you motherfuckers is in your 50s still thinking the same way you did when you was 18. And I don't respect it.
Guys won't wife up a hoe, right? You won't marry like a hoe, right? But you'll throw away your
Right.
whole, your kids, your family, your wife for one because you start
Yeah.
fucking with one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you ruin a whole situation. You ruin their lives over it. And it's terrible.
The whole shit.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Terrible.
You know,
like that's crazy to me. That's insane. And bro, you ever tried to, and I'm speaking on my past. Like I said, I'm very much in love right now. I very much feel like I have found my wife, like at this point. So I'm talking about past experiences. But have you ever tried to have multiple women? That shit is a headache. Do you know how many fucking, where you been? Where you at? You fucking that bitch? You fucking that bitch? Why you fucking that bitch? I saw you out. My homegirl said I saw, what the fuck? That's a headache. Who would choose that? Why do you, I see it like, if you ain't got some shit like Neo where everybody agrees on it and it's a very mature, everybody's on the same page type thing, then I don't get it. I don't get why you would want to live your life sneaking around and like, that's just weird shit to me.
well, I mean, in the culture today, when it comes to women too, is very toxic about like how much dudes need to be making, how much what they need to cover, all that stuff like that. So most dudes is broke. They can't afford it anyways. You know what I'm saying?
Lord, it's tough.
But what I was gonna also say to you though, you know, the whole not being able to communicate to someone, because so many fights start over miscommunication, the dumbest
Miscommunication.
shit, like insecurities. Why you looking at me like that for? For
Yeah.
no reason, right? You know what I'm saying? Like over the dumbest things. And it's like, because as boys, we're taught from a young age, we cannot communicate our true feelings, right? You
Yeah.
have to express it in anger instead of crying and stuff like that because you're supposed to be a man. You know what I'm saying? And that affects you
Yeah.
later on in life because then what do you hear from your woman? Oh, he don't talk to me. He don't tell me how he really feels and stuff like that. Like, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, this stuff is like passed on, bro. It's a real issue. And
Yeah.
if you could just talk to somebody clearly and be like, look, I don't like that you did this or whatever and stuff like that, you could squash it really easy, or at least it not have to end in a situation where people could lose their life, or you know what I mean, somebody had to be in jail and it trickles down to their family. Just, it's a lot of shit. So I really respect what you're saying. But was there one
Thank you.
particular situation that finally like just set you off, like where you was like, I gotta put this shit out, this message out? Like, was there a fan that reached
Man,
out to you and was all like, yo, I'm doing this or whatever? He was like, what, why are you telling me this?
it just, man, I can't remember what set me off that day, But it just was a lot of times where I feel like I say, being a man, as a lot of times dudes thought that I thought things that they were doing was cool, and it wasn't. Like times a motherfucker be cheating on their wife and show me pictures of the mistress and shit, like in their phone. Like, I don't want to see that shit. Your wife is actually kind of cool. Like, and I don't want to see that, and I don't think that that's okay. Like, just times like shit like that. Like, yeah, look at this bitch. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not co-signing this shit, man. Like, I'm not co-signing it. But it was a lot of times that type of that scenario would happen. You know what I mean? So it's just like, man, I think that what made me post that or whatever, I don't know. I don't know what set me off that day, but I just know that always irked my spirit, that I felt like I couldn't say something in those. And no, like I said, that scenario that I just said, those type of things, man, like from when I was younger to now, it's like so many situations like that. Because that didn't even happen recently. That was some shit that happened to me a minute ago. But it's just like, I just kind of guess the water overflowed and I had to say some shit, man.
Right, man, and I'm already prepared for the comments on this interview clip for this part, because we probably gonna get a little roasted, but it's all right though. We.
Hey, look, good. Hey, look. Anybody that's roasting this part, yup, I'm standing on it. I don't fuck with motherfuckers that cheat on their wife. I don't fuck with chicks that cheat on their husband. I don't fuck with this shallow ass culture of I'll just buy a wife and it don't work out and then I'll go buy another one. I don't fuck with the culture of being a sucker. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm a spiritual person, so it's so many motherfuckers that's being loud and proud about doing the devil's work. I have to be equally loud about doing God's work. So I will take whatever stones get thrown. If me standing up for morality get me roasted in the comments, bring it, dog. I want that. I love that. I'm not a fucking sucker. Like, if you get married, stay loyal to your wife. I'm down. If I'm gonna get roasted for this shit, I don't fuck with people that don't take care of their kids. So if you a dude and you don't take care of your kids, I don't fuck with you. If you a dude that complains about fucking having to pay child support, I don't fuck with you. Why? Because you're not supposed to be paying child support. You're supposed to be taking care of your kids anyway. So if that get me roasted in the comments, bring it the fuck on. I'm tired of people being loud for evil and nobody being loud for what's right. So I'll be loud for what's right.
Yeah. That's true, man. And I bet you, the sad thing is, like, with hip hop media these days, especially, right? And it's like this clip that I put out, Jon Connor talks about toxic masculinity and the pitfalls, yada, yada, whatever I name it, right? It's not going to get as many views as if I put out some clip or something. And I'm not saying I'm going to do this, but Jon Connor talks about Dr. Dre beef, yada, yada, or something like that. It's always the bad stuff that really gets highlighted as far as like where people will click and pay attention to versus, you know what I'm saying, the jewels. And in this interview, I feel like you dropped a lot of jewels for people, whether it's morality, whether it's on the music industry, just all types of things, And I think that that's kind of the sad part about it,
But look at it like this, man. The message is gonna find who it's for.
That's true.
And it's gonna be one person that watch and receive and get the message, and who knows what they gonna do with it.
Right.
And who knows? It's like, bro, it's our job to plant the seed and then let God do the rest. It's not on us to dictate how many people or who sees it or who gets what. All our job is to plant the seed and watch it grow. So we putting it out there. So there it is, man.
All right, Jon, man, I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro. You gave me
and wait, before we go. So listen, y'all that's watching this, there's been a whole life after Aftermath. So after I left Aftermath, there was an album called SOS that I put out. And I was so excited to put out SOS because I hadn't been able to put out nothing while I was on Aftermath. So SOS 1 came out in 2020 during the pandemic. And on that album, I didn't give a fuck about the mixing. I didn't give a fuck about production. I didn't give a fuck about nothing. I just wanted to be able to release something so bad that SOS 1 was the product that y'all got. After that, I wanted to start over again. So I started gathering artists from around Flint. I started working with them in 2021. There was an SOS Part 2. SOS Part 2 is super, super dope. I went really, really introverted. I even speak on the Aftermath situation a little bit on SOS 2. I can't remember what the name of the song is, but I think it's in the first 2 or 3 songs. I think I talk about having to like feel like you failed and then you start over. So I spoke on it on SOS 2. So everything we talked about in this particular interview is on SOS 2. It's out right now. After that, I made an album called 3. 3 is probably the most creative body of work that I've ever put out. It's a combination of the Calling Part 1, the Calling Part 2, SOS 1, SOS 2, put them all together, and I made 3. 3 is pretty much me talking about my experiences in the industry, me as a person, my spiritual growth. It's kind of the first album that is truly embodied the version of me that's in this interview right now. After the album 3 came out, I made a docuseries called The Road to Legendary. It's 4 episodes long, and it talks about my beginnings. It talks about my time at Aftermath. It talks about my high school years, and it talks about me breaking into the industry. So if you want to put visuals to everything that I talked about in this particular interview, go to connorculture.com. All 4 of those episodes are on there, and you could actually see that shit like on the site. You can see all of these stories that we just got done talking about. You can actually go watch them at connorculture.com. After that happened, I started dropping songs every fucking week. So a lot of dope music came out. Me and Terminology dropped some shit together. Me and Khan dropped some shit together. Me and a lot of dope artists dropped a lot of dope music together. And then the latest projects I came out with this year, the first project was called Food for the Soul. Got a dope ass record on there with The Locksmith. Got a dope ass record on there with Jag. Got a dope record with Kelly Price. Got a dope record on there with Daylight. Got a dope record on there with Terminology and Nikhil Johnson. Food for the Soul is my project where I just really wanted to make a grounded hip hop album, boom bap shit, soulful shit. Please go check it out. It's out right now. Go to connorculture.com or look it up on all streaming platforms. The album I came out with after that, shouts to the Bay Area, Tootsie the rapper. Me and her came out with a project. It's called Twin Flames, and it's us just on our hip hop shit. Her bringing her Bay Area sound and my Flint sound together. Album is dope as fuck. Latest project I came out with, if y'all watched the Versus battle with Cash Money and No Limit, there was DJ KLC and DJ Manny Fresh. DJ KLC is my big brother, my mentor. He produced most of the biggest records for No Limit. Make them say, bout it, move, bitch, get out the way. Fuck them other niggas because I'm down for my niggas. That's all my big brother KLC. And we did a project together called 24. It's featuring No Limit artists, the cast that was on No Limit, Fiend, Mac, legends, fucking Mr. Serve on, DJ Paul on there, Lil White. Shouts to Enjoy Melody and Jay Allure. Shouts to D1. So that album is my tribute to New Orleans hip hop because that's what kind of got me started into wanting to rap anyway. So Jon Connor and KLC, if y'all missed that that fucking classic, legendary, No Limit sound that KLC brought to the game, y'all got fucking 12 bangers on 24 that just came out. And so yeah, I think that's I just try to give y'all the speed round version of everything that happened after Aftermath, because I'm not dead and there's fucking a whole bunch more. I didn't die after Aftermath. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? What happened, y'all, is that after Aftermath, like, because Aftermath is a big label and they have, like, the money and marketing to, like, make me more visible to y'all. So now that I'm independent, it might feel like, what the fuck happened to Jon Connor? Well, I'm paying for all of this shit independently out of my pocket. And I don't have as big a budget as Interscope, Universal, and Aftermath. So now I have to take opportunities like this, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm paying for all this shit myself. My reach ain't as big, you know what I'm saying? The voice ain't as loud no more. So I appreciate you giving me these opportunities as an independent entrepreneur and as an owner of my own company, man. I have to take these moments, you know what I'm saying, and put everything out there, because a lot of motherfuckers would have y'all think that the story stops at Aftermath. It doesn't. There's literally a BC and an AD of Jon Connor. So we're now in the AD of Jon Connor, and that was me giving y'all the speed round of it. And also on the way, I got season 2 of The Road to Legendary, which is the show that I'm doing on my site, connorculture.com, where I got all of the footage. Y'all like hearing these stories about me at Aftermath? Well, y'all gonna get to see it because I had cameras rolling all while I was on Aftermath. So y'all gonna get a whole season where y'all get to see what it was like on my day-to-day at Aftermath. Y'all gonna get to see my high school career. Y'all gonna get to see behind the scenes of a lot of dope ass shit on the road to legendary at my site, connorculture.com. And ambitiously in 2026, I'm dropping a project every fucking month of 2026. So if you fuck with me, like, man, please support the music, independent artists. Y'all, we need y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because streaming is the bullshit. So if you, not even with just me, support your favorite independent artists, go spend some money with them. And yeah, I'm giving y'all a whole bunch of more shit in 2026, man.
So what I was gonna say was, all right, Jon, I want to thank you for your time. Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up? But you did it. But I actually wanted to tell you, bro, you know, that you got one of the illest websites. Because you know, a lot of times now, because of social media, a lot of artists will forego having a website, especially if they independent, right? But I like the fact that you even had a place like a hub for people to just go to. You know,
well, man, because in the end, bro, I want to have counterculture be like my own Netflix. Like it's gonna be like a world of just Connor world. Like I want to make so much content where I want one day for that to be all there is. Like is Connor culture. Like if you fuck with me, come here, come cop some merch, check out the exclusive interviews, check out the music, check out everything. I want to create a whole, you know, world of counterculture ultimately, man. So thank you for that.
Yeah, man. All right, Jon. Yo, man, again, just thank you so much for your time, bro. I know this is probably the most in-depth interview that you've ever done. And I'm really excited, bro. I'm really excited for the people to check it out and they can learn a lot about you and your whole experience, you know, and everything, man. So thank you so much.
Man, no, thank you for the time and thank you for taking interest and thank you for real, like doing a deep dive and not just giving me the same old typical run of the mill. Because though we did, you know, spend time talking about Aftermath, thank you for doing research and asking me questions that people haven't asked before. And also thank you for letting me get that shit off at the end. That lets people know that the story doesn't stop there. That's a chapter of my life in a book that's still being written. So thank you.
Yeah, and we're going to definitely circle the block. And next year, you know what I'm saying? He's going to do a lot of work. So we're going to have a lot of things to talk about as well, man.
Let's get it, man. Thank you, man.